Hello, this is okay. It's probably really loud. Look at that. It's going red. Hello, people. I'm very loud now. Uh, Probably 20 is good. Uh, 16 it is. Why not? Okay, no, 16 is still quiet. What the heck? Um, yeah, 20 it is. Let's see. Hello. Okay, it's going into yellow. The yellow's good.
Okay.
Turtle, go ahead. Try talking.
Hello.
Keep talking.
Okay, we're done.
Okay, I think that's better. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. We don't have any viewers. That's good. Good. We don't want viewers. Um,
it's just us.
Hold on. We're still testing. This is still starting soon, guys. We're just testing. One, two, three. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, I forgot that I'm Lily Cookie. Whoops.
We're sorry.
And then we don't. Uh, okay, you guys can look at that. Uh, and then don't mind how scuffed this is. Yes. uh, what source? Okay, there we. Oh, whoops. We're being covered. Hold on. There we go.
Out there,
That
it
looks
tried
better.
cover us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I know we're still in starting soon. We're just testing, making sure things are
It's-
working, because I need to make sure the mic isn't shit, and I finally figured out how to fix that on Streamlabs. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, let's go. Streamlabs.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we should do an introduction before we get started on talking about stuff. Maybe I think this one might be. Oh, whoops! I forgot about that.
Oh.
Hold on. Copy. Oh, that's not the right
This
thing.
too.
Wait. I'm good at this, I swear. Okay, now we go. Oh, whoops.
Oh.
This is so scuffed. Uh, yeah, we could just get rid of this. Can you guys read that?
There
I don't
we
even know
go.
if they can read that. Are we too big? We might be too big.
Yeah, we might be a bit too big.
Hold on. Well, I might be too big.
True.
Lily Cookie is just too cool. Oops.
Yeah.
And then yeah, you can just scoot on over.
Let's get on over.
Or you could be like on the other side. Yeah, yeah. You stay away from me.
Wow. I got banished to the other side.
Yeah, you're so stinky.
And just
Okay.
an emo skeleton in the corner.
Okay, want to see something cool?
Yeah. Oh, that is cool.
And then there's also this. Yeah,
That
so
one's
when I
that's so
deafen,
cool.
I turn around. When I
Just turn around.
Yeah, and then when I'm muted, I'm closing my eyes. That's what I did for Lily Cookie. We are not playing Cookie Run, by the way, guys. Uh, Lily Cookie is just one of my
Just
favorites.
cool.
She's just
Yeah.
really cool, yeah. I like Tiramisu Cookie more, but don't tell Lily Cookie that I said that. Don't tell Lily Bell Cookie I said that. Yeah, so enough of being scuffed. I'm going to dox myself accidentally, I swear, and I'm gonna private the stream if that happens. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Let me just actually let me just like scoot things around a little bit more. It's like you guys don't need to see my tabs, and then hopefully it doesn't like end up covering anything too much. Like all the information that you need to know is like on there, I think. So
Yeah.
like if things end up scuffed, well we're not reading chat, so you guys can't tell us. So L. Oh, maybe we'll read chat. Maybe we'll glance over once in a while. We'll see.
Once every 10 years.
Yeah. But we'll be talking a lot. So like this is for your entertainment and information. Except not really
Yeah.
because this is for us. So sorry guys, you guys are this is not how Lilybell acts. Why am I like this? Hold on, let me change my PNG. Hold on. I have it. Lilybell can't act like this. I have to be someone else. Let's see. Okay, this is actually perfect for this stream. There we go.
Glasses. It's so funny.
Yeah. So I gotta put on my glasses and get ready to spew random nonsense of information that won't be 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Yes. Or maybe I'll just hold a gun to your face. Maybe when I talk, you have to listen to me.
That's so funny. I love that.
Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna be Nerdcat for this stream, and I'll have better PNGs in the future. That's the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that the scuff stuff is over, we should actually do the stream introductions. What we're actually doing, huh, Turtle?
Yeah.
Okay, so first off, I'm Maloki. Hello, chat, stream, people who are watching, viewers, the audience, YouTube, whatever you want to call yourself. You're cool for being around. Yeah, and with me I have.
Oh, I'm Tart. Yeah.
Yeah, Turt with a T at the end, not a D.
Tart.
I'm not hanging out
Yeah.
with a turd.
Slowly changes into a turd.
No. Yeah, so he's here. And what are we doing today, Turtle?
We are talking about Lightcones and other things to do Honkai Starrail.
Let's go. Yeah, so we'll be reading the specifics, and we'll be talking about like we're gonna talk about every single Lightcone, and we're gonna start with splitting it off into classes. So like obviously the harmony and everything. I think Nihility is gonna be the hardest one, so we're gonna probably finish off with Nihility.
Yeah.
And in talking about Lightcones, we wanna grade them basically, or talk about them based off of flexibility, what specific characters might want to use them, stuff like that. And we'll be basing this off of information found in two or three different like sources. I'd say I think we'll use Genshin.gg a lot, and we'll also use Honey Hunter, which has a lot of information on it and specifics on it.
Yeah.
So we'll be using the two of those, and then for characters, looking at character kits, we'll be using Honey Hunter. And then looking for recommended builds, we might be using several different sites, honestly, because
Yeah.
honestly, it's since we are theory crafting, most sites will not have the ideas that we might have because we currently won't be testing anything, but it is by theory. This is something that could work, that could be interesting, could be fun. Um, Not necessarily the meta, but like could work. If it works, then even though it might not be the most efficient tactic available, still could be interesting, could be fun. We play this game
Yeah,
for fun. We're not casual gamers though. We are hardcore gamers. We play a lot.
yeah.
Like we go
You
crazy. We
too
don't have money
much.
though. We're completely broke. So we that's why we
Yeah,
can't do much testing because like we don't have the resources to do so. So again,
yeah,
theory crafting. Yes. So with that introduction out of the way, um, I guess that we should start off with the abundance because that's the one that's like first here.
yeah. Abundance.
Okay, so this site sorts it specifically by alphabetical order, but I kind of want to look at them 3 stars first, 4 stars, and then 5 stars. Because everybody will have the 3 stars.
Yeah, let's.
And then this site is nice. This is Genshin.gg because you'll have like all the different increases based off of the imposition. Um, is this really all the 3 stars for abundance?
Damn.
Wow. So we could actually 3 stars, and we can check this site as well just to be safe.
Yeah, it is
It really
free.
is only 3. All right. So first we'll look at cornucopia. When the wearer uses their skill or ultimate, their outgoing healing increases by 12, 15, 18, 21, and 24%. We're going to base this off of 24% because majority of people would pull for this Lightcone. Not really for this Lightcone, but like have it at
Yeah,
like the max imposition. So I do recommend saving one of each Lightcone for the 3 stars at Superimposition 5. But certain Lycones, 3 star Lycones, are possibly worth it to like keep more than one copy of, depending on what you're doing and depending on how often like you're playing and stuff.
yeah.
So starting off like Cornucopia. So I think the it's both skill ultimate is pretty good.
It'd be very helpful if you're lacking healing, I feel like.
Yeah, I think other Lycones will still have more benefits, but we can keep the percentage in mind. My question
Yeah,
is it after their skill? Or is it like during that skill does this outgoing healing increases apply? Because if it's after, then I think this could be good on characters like Lynx or Natasha or even Bailu, who has a um, almost like a DOT, like except not DOT, it's healing over time. So
yeah.
sort of effect. So this is obviously going to uh, probably apply to Lynx the best.
Definitely links the most.
Yeah. Do we know if Wohua has a healing over time or
I don't have her, so I wouldn't know is the thing.
okay, then let's take a look at all the characters. All our abundance characters. So Natasha has a healing over time. Um, we can look
Yeah,
specifically what moves has a healing over time. Yeah, so she restores the ally for another 8.4% of her max HP plus 246 at the beginning of each turn for 2 turns. So that is healing over time. Her
yeah.
ultimate does not have healing over time. Unless I think she might have a trace for that. Or a. Yeah, she has an increase like for the duration of her skill. And then. Yeah, so looking at it, I think Natasha can use Cornucopia here. Yeah, so here it says like Cornucopia is decent on her. This site doesn't have an explanation for it. But I do agree with the assessment that she can use cornucopia fairly well.
Yeah.
Locha does not have a healing over time. Bailu does, so we can take a look at her kit. For those of you who don't have Bailu, yeah, so heals random enemies. Yeah. No, she does not have a healing over time. Never mind, because it says so like underneath here in the orange has the extra information. So it doesn't look like she has a healing over time. It's mainly just a bounce. I think we did discuss
Yeah.
this before when we were preparing for this video or stream. But that's the reason why Natasha is actually kind of better than Bailu in terms of overall sustain, just because of her healing over time, which would give like overall better healing for a very specific character rather than having it randomized, which you want for a sustain. And having that cleanse is so much more valuable, while Bailu does not have a cleanse whatsoever. So continuing to look at our abundance characters that could possibly use it, we'll take a look at Huohuo here. So her ultimate doesn't actually heal, so I feel like Cornucopia is not the most worth it on Huohuo.
Yeah.
It says that like she can use it, but like in comparison, Cornucopia has better utility on characters with healing over time, like Lynx and Natasha, which is currently 2 of our 4-star healers. So that's like only 2 of them. So Cornucopia, I'd say, is not the craziest thing to keep around, especially since we're going to be looking at 4 stars later, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have any other options, Cornucopia is good on Lynx and Natasha in terms of overall sustain, good sustain. Now looking at the next one is more of a extra utility, I'd say. So at the beginning of battle, immediately regenerates 12 energy for all allies at max. So fine fruit. Compared to other Lightcones, I think 12 is actually quite a lot, but it's only at the beginning of battle.
So you'd be losing a lot of utility since it's only at the beginning of the battle compared to other Lightcones where their things will be all throughout the battle, I feel like.
Yeah. So I would say it is actually not worth it at all to save fine fruit unless you specifically feel like you need a lot of energy in the beginning of the battle. So I'd say it's not worth it to keep fine fruit. I would go for the other 2 more, which moving on, we're going to go to the next one because fine fruit, I feel like you can kind of use it on Huohuo, which has a energy recharge sort of like set. I think it could go okay on Gallagher, kind of, because he likes it too. But this is also for all allies, which is interesting. So it really depends on the team comp you're going for. I don't know if all allies is including the character that it's on. What do you think?
I feel like it will be included because it would say in brackets excluding the wearer, like other Lightcones say.
Yeah, I agree. So I think at that point, if it's for all allies, you put it, for example, you put it on Huohuo. So she will get the 12 energy for all allies, including herself. Then you get her ulti, which increases the energy for all allies again. That could be like a immediate nuke, depending on what you're doing, which could be good for one cycle teams. But that is a like very high niche and very hard to build. So it's a very late game sort of Lightcone. And even then, other Lightcones might be better in terms of utility, overall utility.
Yeah.
So fine fruit. If we're like making a tier list, so let me grab tier list maker.
I just hope it has.
Do they have like a make your own template? Single use template. Yeah, let's do single use. AB. Oop, A, B, C, D, and then let's have an F.
Add an F, yeah.
Oops. Add a row below. And we could just make it blue. Okay, so cornucopia so far. I'd say cornucopia is decent enough to be like in B tier, but because it's like only used best on 2 characters, I put it in C
Yeah.
for now. Fine fruit is way too specific, and
I think really low down.
probably F tier.
Yeah.
I think it's too late game, and even then, I think other Lightcones are better. Now we talk about multiplication. So multiplication, after the wearer uses their basic attack, their next action will be advanced forward by 20%. And this is for basic attack. So this is already built into certain characters' kits, but none of them are abundance characters. I feel like this is good for specific characters though. Like, I feel like, let's see. Most of them can't really use it. I think Huohua, it could be somewhat okay on. Like Gallagher, I also think is somewhat okay on.
Yeah.
So in terms of abundance characters, currently in our current meta, I don't think it works super well on them. Unless you need that like energy recharge or extra turn or an emergency sort of situation, or skill point generation.
Yeah.
So we can look at Huohua's talent. After using skill, she gains a divine provision, which lasts 2 turns. Yeah, so what does divine provision do? It restores HP and dispels debuffs, and that's basically it. And her overall skill. Yeah, so it's not really worth it for that. Yeah, so I don't really see much point in using multiplication unless there's someone super crazy or doing something super crazy. I think it could be interesting on Gallagher because he does have a basic attack sort of build almost.
Yeah.
So I think it could work on Gallagher, and that's the only one that I can really work on.
So it's just too niche. So I think F as well.
Oops. Yeah, I think it's also F. I think it's at least a little bit better than Fine Fruit, so I'll put it ahead of Fine Fruit.
Yeah.
But it's like not crazy. Okay, so let's go on to 4 stars for abundance. So hey over here. So this is a event one, so not many people are gonna have this, which if they like missed out on an event like I did, and you don't have it at full superimposition, right?
Yeah.
So increases the wearer's max HP by 8 to 12%. When the wearer uses skill, increases outgoing healing by 16 to 28%, lasting for 2 turns. I think that makes sense. Like when they use the skill, you get the healing. Could be really good for links. I think it's actually really good on links.
Yeah, I use this for my links and I really like it because sometimes I need to use my skill, then I can use my ultimate, which is very useful in some certain situations. Which is nice because it can save the team a lot, I feel like, with this. And it's really wow. I feel like I feel like it's really well for links because she scales off of HP, so that max HP increase is nice. And then I feel like the outgoing healing is also good because you could really save a team in dangerous situations.
Yeah. I think it's very similar place to Cornucopia, except I'd say it's better because of the max HP increase. Percentage is always going to be better than flat, and
definitely
already 3 stars already are going to lose in terms of flat percent increases, like flat increases, to 4 stars flat increase. So I'd say it's a solid B tier right now. I think it's a solid in the middle. I think
Yeah,
we can look at like statistically like 12%. And the fact that it's a limited time one makes it a little bit lower in my opinion because less people are going to be able to get it. So
yeah,
it's not a need Lightcone because you're not going to be able to get it anyways, right?
definitely.
Moving on to perfect timing. So perfect timing increases the wearer's effect resistance by 16 to 32% and increases outgoing healing by an amount that is equal to 33 to 45% of effect resistance. Outgoing healing can be increased this way by up to 15 to 27%. So you're going to already want to be having effect resistance on your characters. And if your character is not based off of HP, kind of like Locha, who is already on the face of the Lightcone, this one could be pretty good on like Locha.
Yeah,
And it's also generally pretty good on all other characters, all other healing characters, because you already want effect resistance on those characters. You don't want your healer to be trapped while your whole team is dying. So I'd say
I feel
that's a
like
solid A tier because of the
yeah, definitely an
flexibility.
A tier.
The maximum of 27% outgoing healing isn't going to be as much as the hay over here with the 28%, but the 1% difference isn't that big of a deal. The only problem really is that you're going to have to worry about building effect resistance higher, um, which you're going to have an increase already from here. So overall, it is an increase. It's just you have to do a lot of kind of split building. Um, that's the only reason why it's a solid A tier. Maybe just like B tier higher than hay over here. But
Yeah,
like because of that weird split building, it could lose a little bit.
definitely. Since building in this game is a lot harder for getting specific stuff for your character's already, that split building is gonna be quite annoying.
Yes. I think it's always going to be better if Lightcones have a general flexibility, jack of all trades, because then you can change character, you can change your builds more, and that is the value of Lightcones and the tech that Lightcones might have, is the ability to switch around and build different team compositions, especially in a game like Honkai Starrail. Yeah, so moving on, we have post-op conversation. Yeah, conversation. I can't read. Um, which increases energy regeneration rate of its wearer by 8 to 60%, which is already really good, and increases
Yeah,
outgoing healing when they use their ultimate by 12 to 24%. Is this outgoing healing just specifically for that ultimate, or is it like overall?
yeah. I
Because
think it's when they use their ultimate.
okay. So I think this is good on obviously Lynx as well as Natasha. I think Gallagher's ult is a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he heals. If it is like to healing, like outgoing increase outgoing healing for everything, then I feel like it might be useful for Gallagher because he uses his ultimate and then I think when I don't know if it's one of his traces or in his kit that he gets brought forward by 100%.
This
Yeah.
one, yeah, it's his trace. A super
So that
valuable
could be
trace, yeah.
yeah, so he could if he didn't have a skill point, he could like maybe like basic attack into an ult and then get his healing for very specific times. So it could
Yeah.
work on him, but I feel like others might just be better for his specific kit.
Yeah, I agree. And then looking at other characters that might like ultimate, like energy regeneration, we can look at I feel like Huohuo, because that's
Yeah.
part of her main kit. She does not heal in her ultimate, does she? She increases attack and increases ER for everyone else though.
Yeah.
It's not loading. Oh well. Um, I think just the ER rate could be very valuable, but you're going to be
Definitely.
losing some of the healing. I feel like,
Yeah.
unless you're using it like, I feel like it's a solid A tier because of the flexibility from the ER rate.
Yeah.
Because most of the ER energy recharge uh, from artifacts, relics, right? I feel like those ones are very niche, the two relics that we see with the extra bonus of energy regeneration rate. So if you
Yeah.
don't get lucky enough to get like a super good rope, energy recharge rope for certain characters, this is going to be decent to fill that in. So it adds some flexibility for your build, I think. Because
Yes.
of that, I think is a solid A tier.
I'd
Um,
have to agree.
yeah. So moving on, we'll move on to the next one. Quid pro quo. At the start of the wearer's turn, regenerates 8 to 16 energy for a randomly chosen ally, excluding the wearer, whose current energy is lower than 50%. I think that's a very interesting light cone that
Yeah.
could be interesting on Huohuo and could be interesting on other ones. Again, you're gonna
Yeah.
lose on healing overall, and if no one is at lower than 50%, then like you're gonna lose a lot of capability with this light cone. So
Yeah.
I feel like you'll be losing value in things like simulated universe
Definitely.
because
Or MOC.
yeah, I feel like MOC you can kind of use this because you might save your ulti and one of your like or use your ulti and try to get back to the ulti faster on certain DPS like Ciela for example.
Yeah.
I feel like you use her ulti a lot, um, and having a nuke like getting her ulti back quicker would be nice. So it could be good for characters like that who like to use their ulti a lot. Um, I think for the reason why I say simulated universe wouldn't like it is because there is a lot of different cards. I think that is what I
Yeah.
called blessings. That's what it's called. Blessings
Lessons, yeah.
that give you a lot of energy recharge. Even like erudition, um, hunt path, destruction path, even all like every single path has some sort of form of energy recharge that you'll get a lot of chances to get, and I don't think at that point it's worth it to have quid pro quo.
Yeah.
In terms of defeating bosses, again, it just depends on your DPS. So I feel like it's kind of a niche. It kind of depends, and I feel
Yeah.
like it's something you would swap out a lot depending on what content you're trying to clear. So I'd say it's a solid like B,
Yeah. Low B.
low B, purely because you are losing some sustain.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next one. Shared feelings, or shared feeling, yeah, shared feeling, increases the wearer's outgoing healing by 10 to 20%. 20% is a lot.
Yeah.
Less than the 27%, less than the 28%. Still, 20% is a lot. When using skill, regenerates 2 to 4 energy for all allies. And this is all allies, by the way.
So that's gonna be like very useful, I feel like.
Yeah, and it increases all of the healing. It's not based on something, and it's for all
Yeah.
allies. I think this one is way more flexible because it is more stable. It's not RNG based or it's not trigger based, right?
Yeah.
So this one is a little bit RNG based. This one is not trigger based. This one is trigger based though, for that extra
Yeah.
utility. So I think
I feel
shared.
like
Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
I feel like this is a very valuable and really just a very could be used on anyone.
Yeah, 100%. Um, because it's outgoing healing and not specifically HP, especially, it can also be used on characters like Locha. Um,
Yes.
yeah, so it could be used on basically every character. Uh, yeah, no one misses out from using this Lycone. So I would say this is a solid, like, our first S tier because of how solid it
Yeah.
is. And it's, like, pretty accessible as a 4-star shared feeling. I think it is currently on our banner, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is currently on a banner.
Yeah, so it is currently on the Lightcone banner. We can double check right now. So we can just like stock game 8. So yeah, it's right now, it is
Yeah.
on the banner. The only problem is, would you spend your polls on this banner right now? I would say probably not. Um, I feel like the Aventurine Lycone as well as the uh, Jinglei Lycone, they're both just not flexible enough. And those are your, guarantee basically. You're pulling on this banner, you're more likely to get the 5-star than a specific 4-star. And the other two light cones are also kind of niche, I'd say. Which
Yes.
we'll look at in a second anyways. We'll look at them eventually, and we'll talk about it more when we get to the other light cones.
Yeah.
But Shared Feeling is really good. If you end up pulling on the light cone banner right now and you end up getting it, I'd say that's a win. You're not losing out.
I would have to agree.
Yep.
Shared feelings. Shared feeling. I don't know if I shared feelings.
Yeah, I feel that. Get it? Because we're sharing feelings.
Yeah.
um, so yeah, shared feelings or feeling uh, is a solid S tier. Moving on to the next one. Warmth shortens cold nights. Increases the wearer's max HP by 16 to 32% when using basic attack or skill. Restore all allies' HP by an amount equal to 2 to 4% of their respective max HP. I think this is overall really good sustain. If you feel
Yeah.
like you're missing out on sustain, then this is definitely a better Lycone. Like characters like Bailu and I think even Huohuo sometimes, as well as Gallagher, that has less sustain but more utility. Bailu I don't really count. Bailu is really hard to say. Uh,
Yeah.
this is really decent for them because you'll be consistently like doing stuff. I think this is good on Lynx as well because of the max HP, and it's
Yeah.
okay on Natasha. So this is, I'd say, also a solid S tier because of the flexibility.
Yeah.
The only one it wouldn't super work on is, you know who,
Locha.
Locha. So solid S tier, works on all characters
About
besides for
Locha.
Locha. Um, yeah, so not much else to say. Um, I guess one thing I do ask is like, where is this light cone from? So we can check here because this
Yeah.
one will have that information. Because one thing I am worried about is the battle pass light cones,
It
right?
is a battle pass like cone, I checked.
That is what I thought, yeah. So it's really good, but would I pick this from the battle pass is the question. Probably not. It depends on the character, and shared feelings will be better, and shared feelings is easier to get. So I'm gonna actually move it down to A tier purely because it is a Lycone banner. Uh, sorry, Lycone
Battle
Battle
pass.
Pass Lycone. So it loses value because of that. I think light cones are really important in terms of like ease of access. How easy is it to get that light cone? Um,
Yeah.
Quid pro quo, for example, is really easy to get. That's one that you get from killing bosses or from the shop, the Forgotten Hall shop, right?
Yeah.
Which makes it decent. But again, because of its like randomness and niche, it's hard to say. While post op conversation is going to be a lot better, which I think you also can get really easily.
Yeah.
I think what is real is also a free Lycone, but
Yeah,
what is
that
real
is
is
free.
going to only be good on Gallagher in terms of like the best use.
Yeah.
So to read it, what is real? Increases the wearer's break effect by 24 to 48%. After using basic attack, restores HP for the wearer by an amount equal to 2 to 4% of max HP plus 800. Our only character that can really use this is actually Gallagher, because his kit is very centered around break effect. Um, I think other characters that could use it maybe Locha, because he is kind of a DPS, almost like a DPS. But
Yeah.
the max HP part is going to hurt a little bit because
Yeah.
Locha you do not build HP on. So because of that, I'm going to actually put this lower. Probably F tier
Mm,
to be honest,
yeah. Tier
because of how
F,
niche it
I'd
is.
say. Very niche.
Best for Gallagher, really good on Gallagher,
Yeah.
but like if you need more HP or healing, then even Sheared Feeling would be better than what is real on a Gallagher.
Yeah.
And he already has a lot of utility for break effect in his base kit. You could have more always, but if you're using him as a solo healer on your break effect team, it might not be worth it. Plus, it would be better instead of having him for the buffing to have other characters, especially with our Harmony Trailblazer coming out, buffing break effect once again. So that is something to keep in mind. So I think it's a solid F tier, unfortunately. It would be fun to play with, but yeah. So now let us move on to our 5 stars. So we only have 3 of them once again. Um, Echoes of Coffin is again only good on Locha, so because of that, I think it's a solid D tier purely because Locha is good enough to carry it.
Yeah.
Um, and then after the wearer uses their ultimate, all allies gain speed is really nice tech, especially the amount of speed. 20 is a lot of speed if you get Super Vision 5, but that's really
Yeah.
costly. But 12 is already a lot. You don't need the max one. 12 is a lot. Um, so this one though, after the wearer uses an attack, for each different enemy target the wearer hits, regenerates energy. This one's good on Gallagher, but that's it. It's only good on Locha and Gallagher, but the fact that it can be good on both of them gives it more opportunity. So I'd say it's a solid D tier.
Yeah.
Um, you're a Locha main. Do you have any more notes about this Lycone?
To be fair, had I use Locha, but and I have the Lycone, but I don't know. I just when I came back because I stopped playing early game. I came back when his banner's out, and I thought he was cool, so I pulled for him and his Lycone, and yeah, that's kind of it. I just built him from there on.
Do you ever regret that you got his Lycone, especially considering we just looked at the other options?
I don't since it is I think the only one that has increases awareness attack, which Lookjet doesn't really need a lot of attack because at a certain point, sometimes you have a bit too much attack that it's a bit over needed.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's a good light cone if you want to focus your relics on speed or something, or like crit damage and crit rate, because it is still a very good icon for Locha, especially if you are planning on building different stats on your relics.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of room and space for flexible relics
Yeah,
when you're building a locha. I think it kind of does the opposite if you were to put it on a Gallagher, because then you would have to focus more on the HP aspect of Gallagher in order to make
yeah,
up for the HP you're losing on other light cones or healing from other light cones. So it's something to consider, it's something to think about. So I would say this one still D tier. Um, Only really good for if you want to maximize your locha.
yeah,
Okay, good notes. So next we'll move on to Night of Fright. This is obviously Huohuo's signature, but I think it's really good tech for a lot of
yeah,
characters. So reading it, increases the wearer's energy regeneration rate by 12 to 20%. When an ally uses their ultimate, the wearer restores HP for the ally currently with the lowest HP percent by an amount equal to 10 to 14% of the healed ally's max HP. When the wearer provides healing for an ally, increases the ally's attack by 2.4 to 4%. This effect can stack up to 5 times and last for 2 turns. So already at the lowest amount, it's already a lot.
yeah,
It's not that much of an increase when you get super impositions. Besides, for the regeneration rate, I think this is super good on majority of characters. And
yeah,
when any ally uses an ultimate, it heals them, is actually really good again for sustain, especially since Huohuo sometimes loses out on sustain. And I think it's also beneficial for characters like Gallagher and can actually do pretty okay on uh, Locha because it's actually based off of the allies' max HP, not
yeah,
Locha's. Um, and increasing attack is really, really good tech, and energy recharge is really nice in general.
yeah.
So I think
I'd
it's good
say,
on a lot of characters. I think it's a solid S tier. What do you think?
yeah, solid STO. It's very just versatile and very useful.
Yeah. I'd say it's better than Shared Feeling because it is a 5 star, and again, it's
Yeah,
fairly easy to get if the banner is around and you need a really good light cone for uh, any of your healers, really. Okay, so next we will move on to Bailu's signature, Time Waits for No One. Increases the wearer's max HP by 18 to 30% and outgoing healing by 12 to 20%. When the wearer heals allies, record the amount of outgoing healing. When an ally launches an attack, a random attacked enemy takes additional damage equal to 36 to 60% of the recorded outgoing healing value. This additional damage is of the same type as the wearer's, is not affected by other buffs, and can only occur one time per turn. So, what are your thoughts so far, Turtle?
I feel like the increase of max HP and the outgoing healing is good, but I feel like that extra bit of damage could also be good. I feel like it would be better on more people than Lotus Lightcone, but I feel like this one might be a bit harder to get. Even though you can buy it in the shop, you still need to spend like a lot of pools to get to that 600 mark to buy it from the shop or the store.
And compared
Um,
to the other ones in the store, I would say it's not worth it, and it's better to wait for
yeah,
Night of Fright or trying to get Shared Feelings.
yeah.
So, I'd say this is a solid, maybe A or high B tier. What do you think?
Uh, I think it low A.
Low A, yeah, we'll say low A. Um, there are better options in the Lightcone shop. It is harder to get compared to on an actual banner for a Lightcone. And I'd say Night of Fright is just generally better in terms of utility. But in terms of healing overall, I'd say this one is better. It has the 20%, but it has an increase that's 30% at max. However, you will most likely only be getting Superimposition 1, and compared to the easier to get Lightcones, I'd say it is not worth it.
Yeah.
It's too hard to get. I think A tier is solid for it. Yeah. So that is all of the abundance.
Yeah.
I think we'll just like keep going with all the Lycones instead of
Yeah.
having like doing separate ones. So we'll have like a whole list of Lycones overall. Uh, but do you agree with like the abundance
Yeah,
charts
I'd
after seeing
agree.
everything?
I'd agree with them all.
Yeah. If only like they had like the names on top and stuff, because I know sometimes it can be very confusing just looking at them, since
Yeah, because of those two Bailu ones, they look very similar.
they really do. I mean, it's just her face.
Yeah.
Even the Locha ones are like different enough.
Yeah.
The edgy boy, look at him. Yeah, so I guess should we move on to what should we move on to next?
I say we should do preservation, just so we kind of go from sustainers to maybe buffers and debuffers to DPSs.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good plan. Especially since it's a good idea like comparing sustainers on teams and like differences and everything. So it makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. Okay, so let us see. So we'll start off with Amber from Genshin Impact. Just kidding. Anyways, so it increases the wearer's defense by 16 to 32%, most likely going to be 32%, which is actually pretty
Yeah.
high of a percentage. It's actually really nice tech.
Yeah.
If the wearer's current HP is lower than 50%, increases their defense by a further 16 to 32%. I would like to say, how often is your defender going to be lower than this HP? I feel like that can happen to March a lot. I feel like that can happen to Japard a lot if you don't have his ulti
Yeah.
up. But those are the only characters I would say it's really good on, because Fu Shuang, for example, she doesn't. For one thing, she doesn't use defense well. Another thing is when she's lower than 50%, she will heal herself.
Yeah. And then adventuring, I don't think he will get that low.
Yeah, unless you don't have him built the best.
Yeah.
So in terms of worth, I'd say, I mean, it's pretty middle of the pack. That's the wrong thing. Um, what are you thinking?
I feel like C tier.
Yeah, it can only really be used on two characters, so probably low C tier.
Yeah.
I think we can kind of move on from that. It really does feel like only March and Japard can really use it. And Japard,
Yeah.
if he does die, he has a revive, and that will also be lower than 50%. So it honestly builds well into his kit of if he dies, if he's lower than the percentage. And since he has a higher, like, sort of taunt value, it is actually pretty helpful to have Amber on him versus any other preservation.
Yeah.
But there is still better light cones on him, so that's why low C makes the most sense. Okay, so moving on, we have defense, because defense, however, the actual kit is when the wearer unleashes their ultimate, they restore HP by 18 to 30% of their max HP, which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think actually could be decent on Japard. Pretty good on Fu Shuang, because she'll be healing everyone except for herself using her ultimate. But if you have this on her, she can heal herself with her ultimate at the same time.
Yeah.
But she already has healing in her kit if she gets lower HP. This is just more sustained for her if you really need it. Other characters, I feel like on March it's okay, because you will like to use her ultimate quite a bit. Aventurine is okay. You probably do like to use his ultimate quite a bit as well. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Oh, I forgot about Trailblazer.
Oh, Trailblazer. I forgot about them as well. By the way, your Discord stream's paused for me.
Oh, thank you.
Uh,
Don't know why. Uh oh. Uh oh. Okay, stream. We are gonna pause for a second. Just to try to fix what's going on. So I'll be right back. Okay, we are back and we fixed the issue, so we are good.
yes.
Okay, let's see. There we go. Um,
Yes.
we
I
forgot
can't get
about
over the
Fire
nerd.
Trailblazer.
Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of Fire Trailblazer, I think Amber can be really good on Fire Trailblazer because Fire Trailblazer is constantly dying on me. So I still
Yeah.
think it's solid C tier. But like, if you're gonna use Fire Trailblazer, yeah, Amber's good. Amber's decent.
Yeah.
I think maybe defense is actually better on Fire Trailblazer purely because having that healing on because they're of their taunt is actually really
Yeah.
nice. So defense is just gonna be B tier, I think.
Yeah.
Generally, it can be used on a lot of characters better than Amber can. So next we have Pioneering. When the wearer breaks the enemy target's weakness, the wearer restores HP by 12 to 20% of their max HP. So first off, we can compare this to defense because this is also a HP restoration. And I'd say it's worse than defense, but it can also be used on Fire Trailblazer. Other characters
Yeah.
won't use it as much though.
I feel like March maybe because her ult might break the weakness.
Maybe Aventurine if he breaks weakness.
Maybe, yeah, with
I've
his
seen
ultimate.
Fire Trailblazer be used on mono break teams before, mono fire break teams before with Gallagher, Himiko, and
Mm,
Asta because those are all decent for breaking, and Fire Trailblazer isn't horrible at breaking. But
yeah.
this is also only when the wearer breaks, which the flexibility is really low. I would put this. I'd say
I
D
think
tier
the yeah.
because it's a little too iffy. Maybe even like high F tier just because of how iffy it is and how much
Yeah,
better other ones would just do.
definitely.
So even though it's interesting tech, I wouldn't use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, defense is just better.
Definitely.
Yeah. I can't believe we forgot Fire Trailblazer.
I feel like Trailblazer is forgotten a lot in this game.
They were meta for a tiny bit and then they really dropped off.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. We're going to our 4 star. 4 stars. So day 1 of my new life increases the wearer's defense by 16 to 24%. After entering battle, increases damage resistance of all allies by 8 to 12%. Effects of the same type cannot stack. I think the effects of the same type cannot stack is going to be a bit annoying with certain builds, but there's not that many things that increases damage resistance.
True.
The only things I can think about is maybe other light cones and
Yeah.
the specific artifact, not artifact, relic set. The, what's it, 2-piece, what was it, defenders or something? Do you remember?
I'll go look for it.
Yeah, I can look for it too. Just so the stream can see it. Yeah, Guard of Withering Snow, that's what it's called. Reduces damage taken, but that's a bit different than
Yeah,
damage
because it's
resistance.
damage, because it reduces the damage taken and not like effect res.
But this is also not effect resistance,
I
it's
mean,
damage
damage
resistance.
res. Sorry.
Yeah, what does have damage resistance?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it doesn't matter that effects cannot stack. I think it's a solid like defense increase. I think the damage resilience is pretty good on March, who only can shield one character. So it's like an emergency in case other characters get targeted for some reason. What else? I think it's pretty good as a utility as well if you have other characters on a team that provide some form of sustain but also has some sort
Yeah.
of buffing. This could be decent on that. I think this is a solid, overall solid. Probably, what are you thinking though? Like, what tier would you say?
I think maybe B or maybe C. It's like either low B or high C.
Yeah, it's really hard to say because we need to look at the other ones in comparison. Um, Comparing it to our highest one right now, which is like defense, whatever. Yeah, defense. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Uh, I'd say it's better because of the defense increase, 24%. Let's take a look. 32%, which you'll get easily, versus like the
Yeah.
16%, which I don't know. It's not really the easiest to get day 1 of my new life, right?
Yeah.
Let's actually take a look. Where can we get day 1 of my new life?
I wish it told us about pass Lightcones. I think it can, but I'm not sure where you can find that.
Yeah. Oh, they have a tier list here. Interesting. Don't know if I completely agree with it, so.
Yeah, because they seem to always put, I mean, not always, but most of the time put 3 stars in the lower tiers.
Yeah, I don't think they understand. And some of them are like not low enough. Like defense and pioneering have really high differences, and I think because of certain characters coming out, defense is just going to be better than pioneering, for example.
Yeah.
They put day 1 of my new life in S tier. So how can you
Mm.
get day 1 of my new life? Yeah, so you can pull it from any banner.
Okay.
So it's not the hardest thing to get. It has been in specific banners, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was featured in this one. So it will sometimes be featured. I'd say that's pretty easy to get. Uh, the defense increase is not as high as Amber. Um, However, the damage resistance for all allies is pretty valuable. Solid, I'd
Yeah.
say solid. It's better than this one, but I'd say solid B tier.
Yeah, I don't think it deserves ARS. So I don't know why that's in
I don't agree with
S.
Moment of Victory either being SS tier. Just we'll talk about it in a bit.
Same. Yeah.
Okay, so next is Destiny's Thread for Woven. Increases the wearer's effect resistance by 12 to 20% for each. For every 100 of defense the wearer has, increases the wearer's damage dealt by 0.8 to 1.2%, up to a maximum of damage increase of 32 to 48%. So it's obviously a stacking. The 32 to 48% increase of damage is actually really crazy. This is good specifically on, I'd say, Venturing, who scales off of defense
Yeah.
in terms of his damage.
But I'd like to say that he wouldn't need the effect rise because of his kit is the thing. If his shield is always up, then yeah, he wouldn't need that effect rise. Is the thing.
I mean,
But
it increases the wearers specifically, right?
yeah,
Yeah, so probably not. So he probably doesn't need that as much. It's more just if you want more damage on Adventuring, this is okay on it.
yeah,
I think it's okay on March as well, and I think it's pretty good on Fire Trailblazer as well. As our like sub DPS sort of
yeah.
preservation characters. It's terrible on Fu Shuang purely because Fu Shuang does not like defense as much, and it's really hard to
Doesn't
have.
she? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's really hard for her to have good light cones because of that. Like she can still use defense, but she builds purely like she builds mainly off of HP.
Doesn't she also have a factorized built into her kit or crowd control?
Yeah, she has crowd control resistance. The first time any ally and herself gets hit while her effect is like in place. I forgot the name of it. It's a very big words, so it's hard for me to remember.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I would say probably just solid B tier or C tier again.
I feel like C, because I feel like some people do lose out on its value
Yeah,
because of their kits.
and it's not really pure like defense increase either that some characters might want more of.
Yeah,
And it's more damage, and you don't necessarily want damage with your sustain compared to a increase in defense.
yeah,
Okay, so next we have Lando's Choice. The wearer is more likely to be attacked, but damage taken is reduced by 16 to 24%, which is already going to be really good on characters like March, Japard, and Fire Trailblazer because of their kits. So Japard already has like a revive, like in case he dies. Obviously, the Lightcone is kind of made for him since he's in the Lightcone. March is good for it because in her kit, she does have a slight taunt increase with her shielding. That is part of her kit. We can take a look at it if we need to. Um, and Fire Trailblazer also has a, taunt, and in case you don't have the taunt up, you can just, have this light cone.
yeah.
How do we get this light cone? Do you know if it's
It is definitely a banner one because I do have this.
okay? Yeah, so I would
I
say
think
that's
that
pretty
this
decent.
is me is the Battle Pass one, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, I think Lando's choice is a good choice. Get it?
Yeah, I feel like it I feel like it's a good like cone. Some characters might not want to use it purely because it doesn't have what they're looking for. I feel like Fushuang could use this.
And it's not horrible on Fushuang. It's not horrible on Aventurine, especially since Fushuang doesn't have that many free options or
Yeah,
easy to get options. This one is okay on her because it is damage taken is reduced and uh, not just defense. So it's like total
yeah.
damage taken is reduced, which is pretty good on Fushuang.
Yeah, I
Uh,
feel like this is a all-round pretty good
Solid A tier.
choice. Yeah, would have to agree with the solidarity here.
Yeah, very flexible, very nice, very comfortable. Okay, next we're going on to our battle pass. This is me. We can take a look here just to double check. Uh, they also agree that Landau's choice is pretty high, but let's take a look at this is me. Um, I think there is like a way to see how to get. There we go. Yeah, it is a battle pass reward. Unfortunately.
Um,
Okay, so this is me. Increases the wearer's defense by 16 to 32%, which if you're buying a battle pass, you're only going to be able to get one copy anyway, so you're most likely to get 60%. Increases the damage of the wearer when they use their ultimate by 60 to 120% of the wearer's defense. This effect can only apply one time per enemy target.
I feel like this would be pretty good on Adventuring.
So I agree. I think this is good on Aventurine, March, and Fire Trailblazer
Yeah,
because they do a pretty good amount of damage with their ultimate and scale off of defense already, especially Aventurine. Um,
yeah. I feel like Japard wouldn't use this really because I don't see Japard doing that much damage. You could build him for damage, but I feel like building him more for his shield and his freeze is better.
yeah, and his ultimate is not going to do damage at all.
Yeah,
And this effect can only apply one time per enemy target is very interesting to me.
yeah,
So it's good if you're running like a sub DPS for your defense, but again, you're most likely only going to be getting one of this uh, Lightcones unless you're farming every single banner. Not banner, sorry.
battle pass.
Battle Pass. Fortnite battle. Just kidding. Not the right game. Uh, so the 16% and 60% is not going to be worth it compared to other ones that you'll get a lot easier, especially since the 32% is only 2% higher than the very easy to get. Actually, no, it's not 2% higher. It is the same. Very easy to get
Yeah,
Amber, which is kind of crazy. Yes, the flat stats are going to be better because it is purple. It is our 4-star. However, again, ease of access really lowers its quality.
yeah,
So I'd say because of the ease of access is so bad, it's D tier.
yeah. I feel like if you do buy like every battle pass and you do get it like maxed, it would be a really good light cone. But other than that, just having one is still pretty good, but I feel like others would just be better.
Yeah, and you also have to consider other Lycones you might consider buying. And I think, like on the battle pass, the abundance one that we saw, the one that we have on A tier, that's just better. Even at the first tier, is just going to be better than this one at the first
Yeah,
tier in terms of valuing. So solid D tier. Don't get this Lycone unless you're like really, really wanting your preservation to be crazy.
yeah,
And continuing the trend of damage preservation, we have trend of the universal market. Increases the wearer's defense by 16 to 32% when the wearer is attacked, there is a 100% to 120% base chance to burn the enemy. For each turn, the wearer deals DOT that is equal to 40 to 80% of the wearer's defense for 2 turns. Again, I think this is good on the break team that I mentioned before with Fire Trailblazer.
Yeah.
But can also be good for any of your guys that you want to have some damage on. Like I said, such as March or Aventurine, this can be decent on for extra damage. I think it would be good for if you have a DOT team and your only really good sustain is your preservation, then having this on them would be nice for more DOT damage.
Yeah.
Kind of niche. It also increases the wearer's defense from 16 to 32%. So it's very similar to This Is Me and Amber in terms of like, is it worth it to get it at Super Imposition 5? It is, again, easier to get than This Is Me, so it's at least better than This Is Me. But because of the niche, I'd say. Well, what do you think, Turtle?
I feel like it's like a C because of its niche.
I agree. Uh, I mean, the other one that we have in C is Destiny's Tread Forward, and it's very similar where it feels kind of niche. I feel like it's a little bit more flexible than Destiny's
Yeah,
Thread, so we can at least put it forward before that one. But I still think this
definitely.
one here, the Amber one, is going to be more flexible and easier to get, so it's going to be better.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just gonna be easier to have multiple ambers
Then
rather than
Trend.
multiple. Yeah,
Yeah. So it's an interesting and niche and nice for certain comps, but
yeah,
other ones are going to be better for your time built. Next, we have We Are Wildfire. At the start of battle, the damage dealt to all allies decreases by 8 to 16% for 5 turns. At the same time, immediately restores HP to all allies equal to 30 to 50% of the respective HP difference between the character's max HP and current HP. Very interesting.
yeah.
What are your thoughts just hearing that?
I feel like this would be used on Fushan. I keep saying their name wrong. Um, I don't know who else this might. I feel like maybe Fire Trailblazer, maybe Japard.
So,
But
reminder
you're,
that it's only at the start of battle
yeah,
that it heals. This will only really be good for simulated universe where you're getting into multiple battles in a row without healing. And
yeah,
the reason why I would say no to running it on Fu Shuang is because she already has this built into her kit.
yeah,
Healing everyone to basically match max HP as soon as getting into battle. Um, the only good thing is the damage dealt to all allies decreases by 8 to 16% for 5 turns. That's only for 5 turns, though.
I
Can
feel
you.
like if your team's good enough and you can clear stuff before that 5 turns ends, then this Lightcone is pretty decent. But if you're struggling, you might just want to change the Lightcone.
Yeah. I'd say it lacks good flexibility because of the
Yeah,
fact that it is at the start of battle only, really, that you get the good buffs and the HP, like healing and everything. So it loses out because of that. Um, I could have swore there was like a healing Lightcone other than that, but apparently not. Maybe we'll see in the 5 stars, but
yeah.
I'd say
I feel like D or F. It's too niche.
it's too niche and is a banner Lightcone. I'd say
I'm
I'd say
pretty sure you can
F.
buy this one from MLC thing though. But yeah, I
Yeah.
feel like F.
It's
It's
just
just
not
not
good
the
enough.
best.
It doesn't do enough for what it does, I feel like.
Yeah,
Well, let's look at like what the website says here. What do they think? They think it's an A tier.
wait, can you click on it and see who they use it on?
Sure, yeah, let's take a look.
I feel like March just might be decent on because oh
We Are Wildfire provides decent base stats to its wearer and provides some utility to the team for damage reduction and healing. Since We Are Wildfire doesn't provide any taunt value compared to the top Lightcone picks for Jeparda and Fushuang, we only consider this as a temporary pick. So yeah, they also agree it's a temporary pick.
yeah.
We Are Wildfire provides some benefits for the team due to damage reduction and healing it provides. However, Moment of Victory and Lando's Choice are better picks for Jeparda and Fushuang since they can draw attacks away from the team due to the taunt value they provide. While We Are Wildfire is considered a free-to-play alternative, since you can buy copies of it from the Forgotten Hall, Lightcone Manifestor, Textures of Memories is much better due to having higher base stats. We only recommend partially upgrading We Are Wildfire to help you clear any content in early game. You can replace it with any Lightcone mentioned above as soon as you get them. I'm going to say early game, it might actually still be better to use defense or
Yeah.
amber just because of their utility.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on to the 5 stars actually.
Yeah.
So, Moment of Victory has been mentioned. So, Moment of Victory increases the wearer's defense by 24 to 40%, and effect hit rate by 24 to 40%, increases the chance of the wearer to be attacked by enemies. When the wearer is attacked, increases their defense by an additional 24 to 40% until the end of the wearer's turn. I'm going to say that the taunt is really nice for certain characters, but the effect hit rate is only going to be useful for Jeopard and March.
Yeah.
Which loses its value on other characters. Plus, you're more likely going to only get one super imposition, which is only going to be 24% increase in defense and an additional 24%. So that's a total of what? 48% increase of defense, which is pretty good on a taunted character.
Yeah.
Which is actually, yeah, I'd say that's really decent because of the taunt. It still is really good because of that. Other ones don't really have taunt, right? The only other one that we saw was in the 4 stars.
It was Lando's Choice.
Yeah.
That's the only one. Yeah.
Which is damage reduction, like actual damage reduction, instead of defense increase. So this is good for all of them besides for Fushuang, even though they say like it's good on Fushuang on their site here. I disagree.
Yeah.
I think
I feel like
the other one is better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I say it's good on March, it's good on Jeopard, it's okay on Fire Trailblazer, and Aventurine doesn't super benefit from it.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of which, is not here. Aventurine is not here, so we have to probably look here on this one.
Yeah, I'm wondering if no, yeah, I don't think we've missed any other ones because we haven't done the Annihility because that's the
Yeah.
only other new one.
Concert for 2 is the new one as well.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna open it up here so that we have a better image, and then let me check. Post perfect timing, quid pro quo, one short nights, night of fright, echoes of coffins. Hey, over here, you're feeling what is real. Yeah, we have seen all of these.
Yeah.
So we are just missing these two for preservation.
Yes.
So back to Moment of Victory. I'd say solid A tier.
I say Yeah, A.
I think it's overhyped by this.
Yeah.
I don't think
Like
it's
it
SS
can't.
tier.
I don't like if it was to work on everyone it'd be S tier, but I just don't think it does work on everyone.
Like Aventurine
Cause
can't benefit as much from it. Plus, we don't actually have
yeah,
that many preservation units if you think about it. So it works on like 80% of preservation units, but you're also
yeah,
only getting one, more likely to get one copy. However, the one copy does give you 40, basically 48% defense
yeah.
increase, which is going to be better than Landau's choice, depending on who you're using.
I kind of wish it told us how much more taunt they got.
Yeah, I wish so too. The comparison of taunt. Okay, so moving on, we're gonna do. She already shut her eyes. Increases the wearer's max HP by 24 to 40% and energy regeneration rate by 12 to 20%. When the wearer's HP is reduced, all allies' damage dealt increases by 9 to 50% for 2 turns. At the start of every wave, restores HP to all allies by an amount equal to 80 to 100% of their respective lost HP. Okay, so I was wrong. It's not built into her base kit. It's built into her Lightcone.
I feel like this is only good on a few characters.
I think it's only really good, literally only really good on, yeah, only on Fushuang. Because the other characters you want taunt on, and they will have a shield.
Yeah,
So this is only good on Fushuang, and because of that,
it's just too niche, I feel like. So maybe D
I'd say D
tier.
tier, low D tier.
Yeah.
It's literally only good
I've
on Fushuang. Going back though, what was the other one that restored HP?
um
This one, yeah. Immediately restores HP 30 to 50% of respective HP difference between the character's max HP and current HP. Okay, so I was wrong. Damage dealt to allies decreases. Only 5. Again, the 5 turn thing is going to be bad.
yeah. But if you're yeah, but as I said before, if your team can't clear stuff in those 5 turns, then you're not gonna lose value. But if you're not clearing in 5 turns, then you're losing value a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just like a budget of Fushuang's, the
Yeah,
wildfire one, and Fushuang's is already very niche. So the two of them will just be stuck in D tier because of that.
yeah,
Can only really be used by Fushuang, like
yeah, I
in
would
terms of
have to
best
agree.
utility. Here's a really easy one to get. Texture of Memories and Superimposition is also pretty easy to get from Herta's shop. Um,
Yeah,
Increases the wearer's effect resistance by 8 to 16%. If the wearer is attacked and has no shield, they get a shield equal to 16 to 32% of their max HP for 2 turns. This effect can be triggered once every 3 turns. If the wearer has a shield when attacked, the damage they receive decreases by 12 to 24%. So, because of ease of access, I'd say it's solid A tier, but because of its based off of max HP,
yeah,
it feels a little weird compared to everything else like going off of defense. But in terms of
yeah.
overall utility, it feels really good.
Would have to agree.
I'd say solid A tier.
Yeah,
Easy to get as well. Easier to get than Japard's thing. Um, I just don't think so far any of them will really go into S tier.
yeah,
Just because of how niche like shielders kind of are.
yeah. They all
All of
have
them are
very
very different.
different.
Um, I think if the wearer has a shield when attacked, the damage they receive decreases is good
That's
on March because she has a
yeah,
taunt. Same with Fire Trailblazer because of taunt. Japar doesn't have taunt built into him. That's because of the Lightcone. So
Yeah, his
because of that,
icon.
I think it's just A tier as well.
Yeah,
The ease of access is also really nice. So
yeah.
solid A tier. Okay, so the ones
Now
that we
on.
missed.
Yeah,
Inherently unjust destiny. So increases the wearer's defense by 40%. I think that's like the max thing.
no, I think that's just normal.
Oh, okay. 40%. When the wearer provides a shield to an ally, the wearer's crit damage increases by 40%, lasting for 2 turns. When the wearer's follow-up attack hits an enemy, there is a 100% base chance to increase the damage taken by the attacked enemy target by 10%, lasting for 2 turns.
I feel
So,
like the only two who will fully benefit from this would be March and Adventuring, of course, because March has her follow-up attack.
yeah.
But she won't always be follow-up attack, and I feel like.
I think it could also be okay on Trailblazer and iffy on Japard just because of the 40% increase is really good. It does not
Yeah,
work on Fushuan, besides for, I guess, crit damage increases. But that's only if they provide a shield, so it cannot work on Fushuan whatsoever.
yeah,
Um, I also feel like Fushuan is super niche and you can only build her one single way, really.
that's true.
So in this case, hmm, I feel like it's also like B tier, high
Yeah,
B tier. Good on a lot of characters, but best on only 2. So
yeah,
again, like Aventurine is also a little bit niche in terms of like fully utilizing him. None of the Lightcones really work for that, besides for like this one and the other new one, which we're gonna look at now, which is Concert for 2. Um, let's go down. Look at the lowest. Increases the wearer's defense by 16% to 32%, like all the others. For every on-field character that has a shield, the damage dealt by the wearer increases by 4%. Uh, Again, best for Aventurine. Um, yeah, literally only really works for Aventurine right now. Can kind of work for
yeah.
Japard, but you're not really building damage on Japard.
Could maybe work for File Trailblazer.
Yeah, I'd say middle of the pack.
Wait, can you check what the damage increases at max?
Sure, 8%.
So 8%. Would that include the like if it's every ally, would that include like the one making? So that'd be 4 times either 4 or 4 times 8. So
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like it's only good for adventuring and okay for Japard.
and Fire Trailblazer.
And Fire Trailblazer. I forgot what Fire Trailblazer again.
Yeah, I think it's good for like if you're running more of a damage file Trailblazer, but not many people are gonna do that. I think
Yeah,
solid C tier because of how again niche it is.
yeah.
It's very
I
similar
feel
to
like,
those two
yeah,
other two, so higher than those two because it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like it's a little more flexible.
yeah,
Um, than the other two. I just feel like it's like equal to the Topaz one in terms of flexibility.
yeah.
So I'm just gonna leave it in C tier like that.
Makes sense.
So that would be all of our preservations. I think it's really funny comparing their tier list to ours. Like if we look at where's their that's a harmony,
No, do you mean
not harmony,
abundance?
abundance. You're right. Wrong thing. Anyways, I can't read. Yeah, because we are considering things based on like what's important about Lightcones is that you can place it on multiple characters. You
Yeah,
can switch it out really easily, and it makes more flexibility for comps. And because of that, I think the more flexible a Lightcone is, the more worth it is to get it, as well as benefits. And that's why I'm not gonna follow their thing, because I think the way they're basing it off of is also based off of the characters that it's on.
yes.
And even then, does it really make sense to have what is real in B tier? Because Gallagher is really good for current meta in terms of break effect meta.
Yeah.
I mean, I know break effect meta is not too crazy because we don't have the craziest DPS for break effect. So it's iffy. So I suppose we should move on.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think we should go to next?
I think fun, because it might just be a bit easier than destruction than erudition. Or maybe harmony.
Harmony? You want to do harmony?
Yeah, let's do harmony.
Okay. Um, we. I don't know if they'll have all of the harmony ones, so I'm just in case. Is it bad that I keep forgetting what the harmony icon looks like?
Uh,
It's like a weird star
no.
thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. What is new? Some of the 5-star ones are going to be new, and then they have the Robin one here. I think For Journeys Tomorrow is new. Do they have the?
Yeah.
That's like a 5 stars just in case. They do have this one. Okay.
Yeah.
They have that one. Yeah, so they don't have
Yeah.
4 journeys. So we'll look at those last. We'll start with the 3 stars again. Okay, chorus. After entering battle, increases the attack of all allies by 8 to 12%. Effects of the same type cannot stack, which sucks because there's a lot of things that increases the attack of all allies. So immediately, I'm thinking chorus
It's F.
is F tier because the lack of stacking means its utility is not used whatsoever.
Yeah.
Most of the time, you're going to be having relics, specifically the planetary set, that benefits. So we'll have like relics open here. Benefits like increases an ally's damage or attack, right?
Yeah.
But if it doesn't stack with the increase of like attack percent, which a lot of things are going to be built into characters' kits, then you are losing out on everything of this Lightcone. So it's not even worth it for this Lightcone. So honestly, one of the worst Lightcones in the game.
Yeah.
Like, what about fruits? Would you say that fruits might actually be better than fine fruit? Um, yeah,
Yeah,
fine fruit is definitely better
it's definitely better.
because of the effects cannot stack, and attack is just so common.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to mediation, because we don't even have to talk that much about chorus. Chorus just sucks.
Yeah.
Mediation. After entering battle, increase the speed of all allies by 12 to 20% for 1 turn. I think the 12 to 20% is pretty nice, but only for 1 turn, which is their turn, sucks, especially if it's immediately entering battle. Most of the time, you will have that first turn anyways, and that's
Yeah.
immediately going to be used up. So I'm going to say it's better than chorus, but it's still F tier.
Yeah.
Not much to say. I guess the only benefit from that is if you are building one of the ones that like need reaches a 120 speed or higher in the beginning, So you can have the attack increase in the beginning, but even then, it's still not worth it compared to other light cones that increase speed.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look later. Meshing Cogs. After wearer uses attacks or gets hit, additionally it regenerates 4 to 8 energy. This effect can only be triggered one time per turn. Only per turn. And I think that's really good.
Yeah.
I think the utility of that, because even though it's one per turn, I still think it's really good because it's a energy recharge, which is good on so many harmony units. I'd say it's an A tier.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It's very useful.
Like other ones will be better, but considering how much of these you can get, uh, and the trigger is like not really hard to get, I'd say it's an A tier or high B tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say let's go with high B tier. We might change it later, but high B tier. Wow, that was very easy doing the 3 stars.
Yeah.
I think Carve the Moon was it the Battle Pass one or was it the other?
Carve of the Moon is the Battle Pass one.
All right, so let's read that. So at the start of battle, and whenever the wearer's turn begins, one of the following effects is applied randomly. All allies' attack increases by 10 to 20%. All allies' crit damage increases by 12 to 24%. Or all allies' energy regeneration rate increases by 6 to 12%. Which all of those are super good, even at the base, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So this is probably one of the best Battle Pass ones. And since you only need
Yeah.
one of them, I'd put it like right next to the uh, abundance one, and
Same.
I'd say it's better because of the effects. The applied effect cannot be identical to the last effect applied and will replace the previous effect. The applied effect will be removed when the wearer has been knocked down. Effects of the similar type cannot be stacked, however. That is the only
Mm.
problem. I think if you get the energy regeneration rate one, that increases its value. And it
Yeah.
depends on what you're building on the character. I'd say because it's not because of this, it's going to lose
Yeah.
value. Because of the randomness and because of this, it's going to lose value. If it was this and energy regeneration rate increases cannot stack, I would say that's fair game. But because it also has the randomness of these two, it loses value.
Yeah.
Still really good utility depending on how you build it, but I'm going to say high B tier, but after meshing cogs even.
Yeah. Mashing Cogs. I just feel like Mashing Cogs is better.
Yeah. And then speaking of which, a really, really good one that a lot of people like using, Dance, Dance, Dance. When the wearer uses their ultimate, all allies' actions are advanced forward by 16 to 24%, which is insane, just the 16%, right?
Yeah, I feel like if this was, you know, that set that when they use their ultimate on a teammate, it advances everyone forward. I feel
Uh,
like
was it Planet or
it's a relic set. It's
Relic
the
set?
messenger one.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like those together could be really useful.
Yeah, it's very interesting tech for sure. I think having like a really speedy team using that or the wind one, it's just really
Yeah,
nice. Dance 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 overall has a lot of utility. I often use it on my Branya and it just feels really good. So I'd say this is like very solid. I think it has a lot of utility. When Robin comes out, it's going to lose some value because Robin can't use it. But right now, I'd
yeah,
say it's a solid A tier,
yeah, very high A tier. Could be
definitely.
like super useful.
Yeah, definitely. Um, I think yeah, Brownie can use it. Tingyun can use it because she, you know, uses her ultimate a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, all Harmony units can use it because it has extra utility, and just having the advanced word is really nice.
yeah.
Okay, Dreamville Adventure. I guess the only problem is that you have to time your ultimates a little bit more sometimes. But
Yeah.
yeah. So moving on, Dreamville Adventure. After the wearer uses a certain type of ability, such as basic attack, skill, or ultimate, all allies gain childishness, which increases allies' damage for the same type of ability as used by the wearer by 12 to 20%. Childish, childishness only takes effect for the most recent type of ability the wearer used and cannot be stacked. I think this is good on if you use it on Sparkle or Bronya and with like
I
a
think
Ciela.
Yukong.
Yukon can also be really good, yeah.
Yeah.
But this wouldn't be good for like if you're having it on a team with Dan Hung, for example.
Yeah. You'd have to use Yukong with someone else.
Yeah. And you probably don't want it for like Blade either. And I feel like it's iffy. Pretty good, but like kind of niche, kind of specific.
Yeah.
Again, like a solid B tier. Probably, I'd say it's kind of less than the Ting Yun one. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's good.
And it cannot really be stacked, but it's only like childishness cannot be stacked, so
Yeah.
still pretty good. Still decent damage increase. Uh, Moving on to the next one, Memories of the Past increases the wearer's break effect by 28 to 56%. When the wearer attacks, additionally regenerates 4 to 8 energy. This effect can only be triggered one time per turn. That's another really good one, but I feel like it's very specific to certain
It's
characters, like
really
Ronmei.
good for, yeah, Ron, May, and Asta.
Yeah, it can kind of work on Yukong, I feel like.
Yeah.
Um, so let's see. Energy. This is only the wearer's energy is another problem.
Yeah.
So I'd say C tier because it loses utility compared to other ones.
Yeah.
And as a harmony, you kind of just want a lot of utility. So this is only really good if you need that extra energy. But when you're using a harmony, it's really hard to. Well, I guess like you will be constantly attacking.
Yeah.
So maybe low B tier.
Yeah, low B seems fair.
Okay, so next we have Past and Future. When the wearer uses their skill, then the next ally taking action except the wearer deals 16 to 32 increased damage for one turn. Uh, that's really, really good on Bronya. Can be pretty good on Sparkle,
Yeah.
but it's very speed tune based and
Yeah, I feel like it could be used on anyone, just need a speed to your team right.
I think it's more solid than the other ones here
Yeah.
just because of speed tuning is not too bad and it's good on a lot of characters and it's a little bit easier to build than some of the other ones.
Yeah.
And then finally, departure upon battle entry. If an ally deals the same damage type as the wearer, damage dealt increases by 12 to 24%. This is only if you have like one ally dealing the same damage type. So this can be good on any of them, and it's like
Yeah.
it's really easy, I'd say. If you're building like you have to be more specific about the damage dealer you're using with that specific harmony. That's the only
Yeah.
issue. Maybe like low A tier.
Yeah. I feel like it could be good for mono teams.
Really good on mono teams, really good for like if you're using Bronya and Dan Hung or Blade or even Shampoo and even
Black
Black
Swan.
Swan. The problem with Bronya with those two is just the DOT likes attack more than uh, crit damage, so
Yeah.
yeah, pretty good. Just depends on who you want to put it on. Like Asta likes near mono teams. I think it would be good on Sparkle because Sparkle also likes mono. Yukong likes mono for her niche pretty well. Could be good on Hanya as well.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more stable than the other ones. I feel like the other ones you have to really build around. Dance 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 is a lot easier to just like put on someone and move on. Same with Past and Future is pretty easy to just put on someone. I feel like.
Yeah.
Uh, Again, Past and Future is just a little harder to deal with. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So we can finally
Yeah.
move on to crazy 5-star ones. Okay, so Earthly, can't read that word. Escapade. uh, Anyways, that's not what the name is not important. We're just gonna call it Earthly for short. Increases
Yeah.
the wearer's crit damage by 32 to 60%. At the start of battle, the wearer gains Mask, lasting for 3 turns. While the wearer has Mask, the wearer's allies have crit rate increased by 10 to 14%, and the crit damage increased by 28 to 56%. For every 1 skill point the wearer recovers, they gain 1 stack of Radiant Flame, and when the wearer has 4 stacks of Radiant Flame, all the stacks are removed and they gain Mask for 4 turns. So you get the
I feel
Mask
like
at the beginning. It's kind of hard to get
yeah.
Radiant Flame unless it is on Sparkle or Hanya, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because you need 4 stacks, so that's like 4 turns and not using their skill, like Bronya, for example. Uh, and you only really want to build crit damage on Bronya and Sparkle. And I guess
Yeah.
Yukong. So it's kind of rough to use this one, but
Yeah,
because
it's a
of
bit niche.
yeah, because of ease of access and general utility, if you're able to like build around it well, I feel like most Harmony ones feel very niche. This one
Yeah.
is just going to be better than most of them. Again, solid A tier,
Yeah.
I'd say. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like the that you need 4 like to gain like the radiant flame is going to be a bit difficult for certain characters if they have this on.
Yeah. I mean, I
And
guess
I
one
feel
thing is
like
like at the start of battle, the wearer gains mass for 3 turns, and when then those
yeah,
3 turns, you can there's a chance of you getting them back. The only again the problem is like you're gonna miss out on using their skill if their skill cannot gain back uh, skill points, right?
yeah,
So Bronya's kind of can. She does get an advance forward if you use her normal attack. I think that's part of her kit.
yeah,
Um, but again, it's like still iffy, and you have to be very careful about using it. But the crit damage increase for 32% at base superimposition is really good. So I'd say it's worth it for that specifically if you're building it on a Bronya, a Yukong, and obviously this is the best for Sparkle.
yeah,
Yeah. I guess moving on. Past Self in Mirror increases the wearer's break effect by 60 to 100%. When the wearer uses their ultimate, increases all allies' damage by 24 to 40%, lasting for 3 turns. Should the wearer's break effect exceed or equal 150%, 1 skill point will be recovered. At the start of each wave, wait, this part here, what is the condition for this? Is it every time the user uses the ultimate? Or at the start of each wave?
I think that is like, I think that's might be when they get. I feel like it might be when like Ron May or someone buffs their break effect. Because to me, it seems like I don't know. I wish it was more clear.
Yeah, it already is super wordy, but they don't make clarifications.
Yeah, half the time they just yap, I swear.
We'll probably have to check like other resources.
Yeah.
We can check this website for now. Let's see. Past self in mirror. Says the same thing. So yeah, it's not super clear.
Yeah.
At the start of each wave, all allies regenerate 10 to 20 energy immediately. Effects of the same type cannot stack. And I'm assuming the effects of the same type is specifically the allies regenerate.
Yeah.
I'd say the break effect is crazy. It's good for Harmony Trailblazer when that comes out, I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like the damage increase for all allies of 24% base is also super crazy.
Definitely.
That's like pretty good. And it's all allies, so it's actually kind of better than Earthly Escapade because of that. The only thing is like if you build break effect, and it's going to be hard to get the 150, so you can't fully use past self and mirror for most characters.
Yeah.
So considering that, A tier as well,
Yeah.
maybe better than Escapade.
I feel like it might just be easier to use past self and mirror.
Yeah, than Escapade. Moving on to the next one. The battle isn't over. Branya's one. Increases the wearer's energy regeneration rate by 10 to 18%, and regenerates 1 skill point when the wearer uses their ultimate on an ally. This effect can be triggered after every 2 uses of the wearer's ultimate. When the wearer uses their skill, the next ally taking action, except for the wearer, deals 30 to 50% more damage for 1 turn. Which, honestly, the best.
Yeah.
The only characters I don't think it can be used on is Yukong, because if that's not on allies, I don't think it can work on this. No, Rame is on all allies. I think it was her skill that's on herself. Right?
No, her skills everyone as well.
Yeah, but like targeting yourself.
Oh.
On the UI.
Yeah, I think it is herself. So yeah, I think this might not work.
But this is like for ultimate, right? Yeah.
No, like the end part when the user, when the wearer uses their skill. Oh.
It's about the next ally taking action.
Yeah, I think this would work.
Yeah, so Rame can use it, Bronya can use it, Sparkle can use it, Asta can use it. Who else?
I don't think who's Harmony.
We can take a look. So let's look at characters. Switch this to Harmony. Ting Yun can use it.
Hanya can use it.
Hanya's is not like okay. Don't know enough about Robin and Trailblazer, but Robin can use it.
Yeah, I think
Trailblazer,
the only one. I think the only one who can't use it is Yukong, because hers is the only alt that attacks instead of like it gives a buff, but it attacks to give that buff.
Let me check Hanya, because I'm curious. Yeah,
her
speed of
alt on
ally. Yeah, okay. What did you want to say?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say that her alt, you can choose an ally to boost their speed and attack, which is very useful, I feel like.
Yeah. I'd say it's even good on base kit. 30% more damage is really good. The 10% energy recharge. The extra skill point every 2 uses of ultimate is really nice. Especially since it has the energy recharge and like you can use the ultimate a lot more because of that. S tier.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's another S tier.
It's harder to get than the other two, I'd say. But you can get one copy of it, and that's really decent. So
yeah, because you could, but if you save up your things, you could buy in the shop.
Yeah, it's definitely better value than any of the like so far any of the other shop Lightcones.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ones that haven't come out yet, let's take a look. So this is not confirmed. This is just again our opinion and not confirmed.
Yeah.
So increases the wearer's attack by 60% when the wearer uses their 16 to what is the max? 32%. When the wearer uses their ultimate, increases the damage dealt by 18% to 30%, lasting for 1 turn. Is it increasing the damage dealt by all allies or by just that character?
It looks like just that character to me.
So probably works best for Yukong, Robin, because I think Robin is also like hitting things. Maybe Trailblazer. I don't. Again, Robin, Trailblazer. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
So I think mainly Yukong, Robin, Trailblazer can use it, but even then, because it kind of isn't enough utility to be great.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's like C tier. What do you think?
Yeah, C tier seems fair.
Maybe low C tier? I'm not too sure. Probably like middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be next to the other Sunday. Sunday and Sunday.
Yeah.
That is Sunday, right? That looks like Sunday.
Is it Sunday?
It actually looks a little different from Sunday. Hold on.
Maybe Sunday's like relative.
Yeah. Oh wait, it could actually be the watchmaker.
True.
Because he kind of looks like the watchmaker. He kind of looks like Misha.
True.
What does it say? Blah blah. Lots of big words that I don't feel like reading.
Yeah, why is there so much story on this one?
Man dressed like a cowboy. That's probably talking about Boot Hill. Okay, yeah, I think this is the watchmaker because the watchmaker. Okay, so spoilers for lore. The watchmaker, I think, used to be part of the nameless. So I'm assuming this is the watchmaker. This is just a guess. Interesting. All right. Okay, so now let's look at this one. Lightcone for the Path of Harmony. Yeah, we know that. The wearer gains 1 stack of Cantillation Every time any ally attacks, each stack of Cantillation increases the wearer's energy regeneration rate by 3%, up to 5 stacks. When the wearer uses their ultimate, removes Cantillation and gains Cadenza. Cadenza increases the wearer's attack by 48% and the team's damage dealt by 24%, which is going
And
to be
that's
so
just
much better.
base. What would level 5 be?
So this is okay.
Yeah, so that's gonna be 25% energy regeneration rate at max and 15 at level 1. And then yeah, this one seems really good, I feel like.
I feel like this one's the best one so far because I feel like a lot of characters kind of scale off of attack for increasing damage for their team, like Ting Yun,
Yeah,
for example. And Ting Yun likes the regeneration rate. This is obviously really good on Robin,
yeah,
and it increases the team's total damage as well. So I think overall, this is pretty much good on every character.
yeah,
Even on characters like Yukong can use this pretty decently. So this is also a
yeah.
solid S tier. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna say it's like pretty equal to the Bronya's one, maybe better, a little bit better.
Yeah, I feel like Bronya's one, I feel like it's more support. I mean, it's, I feel like the other one is more damage for the team, while this is damage for one person.
Yeah, but I also feel like Robin's one is a little bit easier to use in terms of speeding compared to the
Yeah,
battle is over for this one, the next ally taking action. Because of that, I think it's just a little bit better than Bronya's.
yeah,
But that's all of Harmony, and we can see how much it's split up. Harmony is very split up.
yeah,
Same with Preservation. There's like a lot of niches with Preservation. Harmony it feels like there's a lot of mixed niches, but they're still really good niches, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say. Oops, I keep looking at the relics. That's good. So we got what should we move on to next then?
We could probably do one of the DPSs and then leave Nihility for last since it's a bit complicated.
Yeah, definitely. So let's just go with Destruction first. Oh, I guess every single class has like only three, 3 stars.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So let me double check here one more time, just so like Destruction, 3 star, making sure that we don't have anything too new. So Collapsing Sky increases the wearer's basic attack and skill damage by 20 to 40%. Really good, honestly, on so many characters actually.
Yeah, especially early game.
Good on Arlen, good on Danhong IL because of the basic attack increase.
Yeah,
Uh, who else? I think, yeah, also good on Blade. I wonder if like increasing his skill damage damages himself. If that increases that, that would be funny. Um, Jingle I feel like can kind of use it. I think her ulti is a little bit more important almost. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. I don't have her.
Neither.
Yeah, I'd say Collapsing Sky, very solid. I'm gonna say A
Yeah.
tier.
Yeah, I feel like it's just really good. If you don't have like a lot of light cones and you have that, it
A
can fit
tier
onto.
or high B tier, similar to Meshing Cog.
Yeah, I feel like it could fit onto any person.
Destruction.
Destruction, yeah.
The only one I can't see it really working on is maybe, uh, yeah, maybe Misha, because he likes his ulti a little bit more.
Yeah.
Again, it's a bit iffy, and it depends on how you're building the characters.
Sure.
Next, we have Mutual Demise. If the wearer's current HP is less than 80%, which is really high, Crit rate increases by 12 to 24%. I think this one is also super solid for characters like Arlen and Blade.
Yeah.
Other characters it might not work as well on, so again, solid like B tier, I feel like. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe low B tier because it is a little niche, but it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
And Turtle, what do you think about the comparison of this one to other Lightcones as well that Blade and Arlen can use?
Well, it increases crit rate, which is nice. Other ones that they can use is like increases like if there's a 4-star one that's like increases their attack from I don't remember like the base, but this is at max by 40%, and another 40% from something. I know that's really recommended on them too if you don't have blades signature Lightcone, and I think his signature can work on both of them really well. But for if you don't have either of them, this one's really good because you could just build them for crit damage and then a bit crit rate.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff in I think Blade's kit and some of the relics he gets to do with crit rate as well. So all around, I feel like this is really good because I feel like you don't really need to build crit rate as much on them or as Blade as you do other characters for destruction.
Yep. And I think it's pretty easy to get like your characters at less than 80% because that's not too much of a difference, right?
Yeah,
So I'd say yeah, solid B tier, low B tier.
yeah, low B tier.
Next is Shattered Home. Deals 20 to 40% increased damage to any enemy whose HP is above 50%, which,
I feel like this is not as good as the other two because it's only when the enemy is above 50%. So you're going to lose a big drop of damage.
to like bosses, for example,
Yeah,
I think it's good for general farming if you're just like able to nuke everything really quickly. But
yeah,
other than that, it loses some value in harder content such as MOC and uh, Simulated Universe.
yeah.
So because of that, I'd say again solid B, maybe high C.
High C feels better.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on what they say here. It looks like they basically agree with us, except they put Collapsing Sky pretty low because their lowest is B tier, so that's kind of funny.
Yeah,
I can kind of understand that because we'll be seeing like better stuff later on, but the you're always gonna have like that 40% increase of damage because no way you don't have Superimposition 5 of Collapsing Sky, right?
yeah.
And even if you don't, 20% is still really high. And majority of destruction characters really like their damage in basic attack or skill damage. So
That's true.
I'd
Because
say
most
it's
of the
very good.
damage comes from their skills and basic attacks.
Yeah. They don't have like as much of a nuking team like mindset as a Hunt, for example, that really
Yeah, I
likes to
feel
rely
like
on the ultimate.
yeah, they're quite opposites. I feel like destruction does a lot of damage with like their basic attacks and skills, while Hunt does a lot of damage with like their ults.
Yeah. So let's look at 4 stars now. This is also very similar to
Yeah, this was the one I was
the Nature
talking
Demise.
about. A
Increases
secret
damage dealt.
vow.
Yeah. This also increases damage dealt by the wearer by 20 to 40%, but it looks like in general.
Yeah,
The wearer also deals an extra 20 to 40% of damage to enemies with a higher HP percent than the wearer, which it's gonna be super good again for Blade and Arlen,
I
especially
feel like it's
Arlen.
better for Arlen because Blade has his healing factor and sometimes he heals above the enemy, which
Yeah,
he's gonna be on and off that 40%. But if you have Arlen with, I think, like someone who's good at shielding, because Arlen likes shielders, right?
yes, Arlen
So
does.
if I feel like if you have a good shielder and Arden's just like a 1 HP, he's gonna constantly have that 80% increase rather than Blade going from 40 to 80 to 40.
That's true. Yeah. I also think this is still going to be better than Collapsing Sky because it is going to be a flat 40% increase without any triggers at all.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
And it also includes like the alt that I think is good because the other one's just basic attack and skill.
Yeah, so because of that, we are decreasing the ranking to B tier. We might actually have to decrease the rankings a lot more like this because I feel like there's just a lot of really good destruction Lycones overall.
Yeah,
But in
I'd
terms
have
of
to
like
agree.
in general, in terms of like all Lycone usage, destruction just has like really good Lycones.
Yeah,
It's no wonder there's like a lot of destruction meta currently,
yeah.
mainly because of like stuff like this. So
Destruction raw.
yeah. So, Flames of Far. When the cumulative HP loss of the wearer during a single attack exceeds 25% of their max HP, or if the amount of their own HP they consume at one time is greater than 25% of their max HP, immediately heals the wearer for 15% of their max HP, and at the same time increases the damage they deal by 25 to 50% for 2 turns. This effect can only be triggered once every 3 turns. For the type of Lycone it is, it doesn't really work for Arlen because he doesn't want to be healed. Um,
Yeah.
and I also feel like for Blade, I feel like the Arlen one just works better for Blade than this one, maybe.
I feel
Because,
like this one is gonna be like for you know how Firefly got in
yes.
their thing? I feel like it's gonna be similar to what they did with another Lycon I forgot was that they released when all these kind of came out, and then it's like a free version of like a 5-star one for new characters. I feel like this will be for Firefly, but it's not gonna be good until Firefly's out type thing.
Yeah, I agree. And I also still feel like Secret Vow overall is just going to be doing more damage for the type that it is. Plus, this one can only be triggered every 3 turns,
Yeah.
which is a bit painful. So,
I feel like for now it should be F tier because no one can really use it. And I feel like once Firefly is out, I feel like Firefly will be using it.
yeah.
Because it seems like it will be for Firefly,
I mean,
if that
Arlen
makes
and Blade
sense.
can still use it if you don't have that Lycone, but because it's a
Yeah,
newer Lycone, it is unlikely for you not to have Secret Vow,
the
for
other
example.
ones. Yeah,
And the other option is like that, the 3-star ones, and I think if we look at the 3-star ones, I just think the crit rate is going to be more valuable as well.
yeah,
I don't know. It's a little bit iffy. This is like literally only if you don't have Secret Vow or you need more damage and you don't need more crit rate.
yeah,
So, I think maybe like low D tier is good. It's just iffy. So,
yeah,
okay, next we have Indelible Promise. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Anyways, increases the wearer's break effect by 28 to 56%. When the wearer uses their ultimate, increases crit rate by 15 to 30%, lasting for 2 turns.
I feel like this could only really be good for, in my opinion, 2 characters. Maybe 3. I feel like it's good for Misha, of course, because his ultimate is like does like a lot of break effect. I feel like like if it's just like one like boss target, all those if it's like all 10 stacks, it will do a lot of damage. But I also feel like it's gonna be quite good on Dang Hong IL because his max enhanced base attack does a lot of break, if that makes sense. Like, and it's also quite good at breaking bosses' bars if they have imaginary.
Yeah, I think this can also work on Hook fairly okay
Yeah,
because of the ultimate and crit rate increase, and she does like the damage enhanced attack after the ultimate. I think
yeah,
Jinglui I think also does decent breaking, right?
yeah. That's the third person I was gonna say that I think she would also benefit this. I don't think Blade would benefit from the wearer's break effect as much as other characters.
Yeah.
But the crit might be helpful, but although he already has stuff to do with more crit in his relic set, I think that he's recommended to use, and other things.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd say maybe C tier.
Yeah,
Middle of the pack sort of C tier.
yeah,
Crit rate is always nice, but it's a base at 15. Not as good as like some other ones, I feel like.
yeah, and since it's fairly new, not a lot of people are gonna have multiple copies of it.
Yeah, especially when you have this one, which is easier to get that crit rate thing with.
Yeah,
And the only benefit really is the break effect, so that's only going to be beneficial to certain characters. So,
yeah.
okay, so next we have Nowhere to Run. When it increases the wearer's attack by 24 to 48%, whenever the wearer defeats an enemy, they restore HP equal to 12 to 24% of their attack.
I feel like this is the Battle Pass one, by the way, so it's gonna be harder to get max. I feel like this could be used on Clara to kind of solo things because of that heal.
Right.
And I'm not sure if anyone else would really use this. I feel Blade might be able to use this, but like he already has his own heal. And he really, I feel like he wants to be low anyways. Sometimes.
So the
I feel
heal is
like,
like redundant, basically.
yeah. And if you're already using a healer with him, I feel like this Lightcone, you don't really need it. I feel like the only one who could use it to its full potential would be Clara if you're just trying to solo things.
I say F tier.
Yeah, it's too
Because,
niche, I feel like.
yeah, and it's a battle pass
Although,
one, and battle pass ones are always.
yeah,
So it's like, it's okay. I wouldn't get it. I wouldn't really use it either. Other ones are just gonna be better.
yeah,
Moving on, we have the Moles Welcome You. When the wearer uses base attack, skill, or ultimate to attack enemies, the wearer gains 1 stack of Mischievous. Each stack increases the wearer's attack by 12 to 24%. I think this is really good on any character, honestly,
yeah.
because it's any of them, and how
I,
much does this stack is my question.
yeah, I hate how it didn't say how much it stacks.
This one doesn't say either.
I'm gonna search Reddit or somewhere.
Okay, 3 stacks is max. One for
Wait.
normal attack, one for skill, and one for ultimate.
Oh, so that, well, this,
But someone else said yes, they're infinite, and another person said 3 stacks.
hmm, I don't know.
So each stack, so 12 times 3,
Would be 36.
and then 24 times 3.
Would be like 72.
I can double check, hold on. Yeah, 72. Uh, I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah, if you do have this max, 70, like, and you do get all 3 stacks, 72. But where's attack? But that's still not that bad, because a lot of characters do use. But I feel like certain characters will lose out on this
Yeah,
because of how they are.
this
Because I don't
works
know.
pretty well on Hook, just because she also has like a burn sort of thing going on, which
Yeah.
increases her own damage. So having that attack increase is decent.
Mm, yeah.
So we can say, again, I feel like it's like a solid B tier.
Yeah. Solid B tier. Because although some characters, I feel like I want to know how it work with Dang Hong IL. Because his skill is basic. He doesn't really have a skill, in my opinion, because you're just using skill points to enhance his thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I feel like it's a bit iffy with certain characters.
it's still better than the Havoc one, I feel like. Again, I mean, the Mutual Demise, I don't know why I said Havoc. Where did Havoc come from? I don't even know. Whoops. Yeah.
Under the blue sky.
So Under the Blue Sky increases the wearer's attack by 16 to 32%. When the wearer defeats an enemy, the wearer's crit rate increases by 12 to 24% for 3 turns, which I think is
This
pretty
is a,
decent.
yeah, because that's going to be a 36. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I read it wrong. I thought it was a stacking thing again, my bad. But yeah, that's not bad, because if you defeat an enemy, if you have like crit rate that's just below the reaching point to something, and haven't just defeated an enemy, and then you get like to that point, I feel like this could work well with doing that if you're missing some crit rate.
It's good at stacking like enemy kills and keeping the crit rate.
Yeah.
But the attack increase is not as much as the moles, so it's better than the moles because of general utility and stacking. But I think say it's around the same as the moles. So like if we go back to damage 40% attack 32% at max, but it also gives a crit rate increase. Pretty equal.
Yeah.
I think those three are just pretty equal.
Yeah, I agree.
And then we have Woof, walk time. Increases the wearer's attack by 10 to 20% and increases their damage to enemies affected by burn or bleed by 16 to 32%. This also applies to DOT.
So this is really only good to people who burn or bleed. So
Might
that'd only
work
be,
for. So it only works for Physical
it's a
Trailblazer
trailblazer
and
who,
Hook.
and Firefly in the future.
Yeah, if she does do burn, and if you put
Yeah.
them on a DOT team, like do Wolf walk time with Hook and Green Hyphen is actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and increases their damage, including their
Yeah.
DOT damage.
So that's pretty good. That's like good for Hook. I feel like definitely one of Hook's best for certain teams.
But
A
again, it's
bit
kind of
niche.
niche, but
Yeah, I feel like
low
yeah.
B.
I put high C just because it's only a couple characters I can use it really to its full potential.
I'm just gonna leave it here. I don't. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
So
And
hard
I
to
don't think
say.
yeah. I keep forgetting about the 5-star light cones. I was
Yeah.
supposed to say I don't think there's any new ones that we've missed, but we still have the 5 stars to do.
Yeah, and then we can double check on new ones. We have a lot of 5-star destruction.
Yeah.
So, Brighter Than the Sun increases the wearer's crit rate by 18 to 30%. So, let's just say 18%. When the wearer uses their
Yeah.
basic attack, they will gain 1 stack of Dragon's Call, lasting for 2 turns. Each stack of Dragon's Call increases the wearer's attack by 18% and energy recharge rate by 6%. Dragon's Call can be stacked up to 2 times.
So that's gonna be um 36, I think. Wait, yeah, 36 attack increase and 12 energy regeneration rate increase.
Why is a 36 attack increase for each
Because it can
stack?
stack yeah, because it can stacks up to 2.
Okay. Yeah, increases like the increase of crit rate is nice because it's like flat, but there is other ones that do the increase and you can get easier. So this
Yeah.
one's kind of better if you're looking for crit rate. Um, the actual stacks are hard to get for certain characters that do not do basic attacks as much. Um,
It could be used on Blade, I feel like.
yeah, Blade,
Because
Danheng IL, that's it.
yeah, because you wouldn't use it on anyone else, really.
Yeah,
Because there's no need, because Hook, I feel like, no, because you wouldn't use it on Hook, because she wouldn't get the most out of it.
actually, Hook's thing, enhanced thing, is actually I think her skill. I probably mixed that up. Yeah, her next skill is enhanced, not her basic attack. Sorry, that is
Okay.
my bad. Uh, whoops.
So yeah, so it's only 2 characters who can use this to its full potential.
And if you need crit rate, there is a better one. So
Yeah, I feel like the
D
TR,
tier.
it's too niche.
Yeah,
It's good, but it's too niche for certain characters. Because they're
yeah,
going to be wanting to use their skill, not their basic attack.
definitely. Okay. I shall be my own sword. Increases the wearer's crit damage by 20 to 32% when an ally gets attacked. So this is good for specific team comps. Or loses
Yeah.
HP. The wearer gains 1 stack of Eclipse, up to max of 3 stacks. Each stack of Eclipse increases the damage of the wearer's next attack by 14 to 24%. When 3 stacks are reached, additionally enables the attack to ignore 12 to 20% of enemies' defense. This effect will be removed after the wearer uses an attack. I'd say it's good on if you have a Clara, a Blade, or a Fushuang. This could be good.
Yeah.
It doesn't work on March or Gepard because they are less likely to get hurt and lose HP. But this will work no matter what if you have a Jinglui.
Yeah.
So it's decent enough that I would say A tier. Maybe B
Yeah.
tier. What do you think?
I think Since not everyone can use it, like, to its full potential, I think B tier, but it is a good thing. Yeah, I think Under the Blue Sky might just be better since everyone can use it, or more people can use it.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna put Val down as well, just because, like, again, it's still less people can use it for full potential.
Yeah,
Next, on the Fall of an Aeon, whenever the wearer attacks, increases their attack by 8 to 60% in this battle, up to 4 times. When the wearer inflicts weakness break on enemies, the wearer's damage increases by 12 to 24% for 2 turns. Pretty generally good.
yeah, it's good for everyone. I think this is just S tier because you can use it on everyone for destruction.
The only problem is weakness breaking, but it does
Yeah,
stack to
yeah,
4
and it's
times.
easy to get because it's a hurter light cone.
Yeah, and it's actually decent to get super imposition. So 8 times 4 is 16. So and 16 times 4 is 64. So that's actually pretty decent.
Yeah,
Not as much as the other one, but still pretty decent. So solid low S tier.
yeah,
Okay, something irreplaceable increases the wearer's attack by 24 to 40%. Pretty high already. When the
yeah,
wearer defeats an enemy or is hit, immediately restores HP equal to 8 to 12% of the wearer's attack. At the same time, the wearer's damage is increased by 24 to 40% until the end of their turn. This effect cannot stack and can only trigger 1 time per turn. I think that could be decent on Blade if Blade is being hit. Well, obviously it's best
yeah,
on Clara. It could also do, if it's like being hit, it doesn't have to be HP reduction. Then it could also be okay on Arlen, but you do not want to have HP restoration on Arlen.
yeah,
So other than that, it's okay on other characters. I guess because like when the wearer defeats an enemy, it can work on any other character as well because of that.
yeah. I feel like it's like an A tier
I'd
because
say so
it
too.
can work.
High A tier.
I think like middle grounds.
Okay, I'll put her in the middle. Next is the Unreachable Side. Increases the wearer's crit rate by 18 to 30% and increases their max HP by 18 to 30%. When the wearer is attacked or consumes their own HP, their damage increases by 24 to 40%. This effect is removed after the wearer uses an attack. So, Arlen and Blade can use this.
And I feel like it's probably not the best for the Ice Destruction Lady, but she probably could use this.
I think Clara can also kind of use it.
Yeah,
Yeah, so again, I think it's like a solid A tier next to Clara's
yeah,
because it's pretty generally you can use it pretty well.
yeah.
Let's see, is there any other ones? Bro, what is happening?
Is the website not working?
It's not loading correctly, I guess. I can't believe Honey Hunter is struggling.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Destruction. That one, Under the Sky, Nowhere to Run, Irreplaceable, Reachable Side. Flames of Fire, and Double. Okay, yeah, we got all of these. Awesome, so we did all of Destruction. Okay, so Wow, that takes
Just
a
this.
long time to do destruction.
Yeah, I
Let's
feel
just move
like
on. Go ahead.
erudition.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like erudition because it's not as many. I feel like
Yeah. Databank is decent, I think. Increases the
yeah.
wearer's ultimate damage by 28 to 56%. Passkey is okay too. After the wearer uses their skill, additionally regenerates 8 to 12 energy. This effect can only be triggered one time per turn. Uh, and then Sagacity, when the wearer unleashes their ultimate, increases attack by 24 to 48% for 2 turns. Okay, so
I think data bank is pretty good because I feel like a lot of damage for some eruditions comes from their ultimate.
ultimate, for example, it's pretty good on what's his name?
Argenti
Yeah, Argenti.
especially.
Probably solid A or B tier.
I say B.
Yeah, just in case, because like we don't know.
Yeah.
Passkey, so I think the regen of energy is interesting, but it can
Yeah,
only
I
be
feel
triggered
like
one time per turn. But then again, I
yeah.
don't think they use their skill that often, right?
Well, my Argenti, every time he has a turn, he just uses a skill.
I know, but like within like uh one turn, right?
Yeah. It's a bit weird. I don't understand this cycle fully.
I think it's like if they use their skill multiple times, such as uh QQ, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because she likes energy, and you don't want to just spam this, otherwise it would be too OP for her.
Yeah.
And 8 to 12 is pretty good energy, so
Yeah.
pretty decent as well. I feel like these are both really good for Argenti. And then last one,
I
also
feel like
based on
this
their
is also,
ultimate.
yeah, I feel like this is also pretty good for Argenti. I feel like a lot of stuff's really good for Argenti.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else there could be. I feel like this one could also be pretty decent for QQ. Let's see. Actually, let's look at all characters and look at erudition. Not erudition. Yeah, erudition.
Yeah. Himiko, Urta, Servo. Sometimes I forget Servo's erudition.
Yeah, she's kind of weird. All of them really do kind of like their ulties and attacks.
Yeah.
So all three of these are like very
Good
similarly
for
good.
all of them, I feel like.
Yeah. I think Sagacity might actually be better overall because it's
Yeah.
like increased damage for everything. So better, and then I'm going to actually move this lower lower B versus this
Yeah.
one. Passkey, having the energy is good for better than having the damage from ultimate. If they're using the ultimate a lot, then I feel like that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Genius's Repose. Increases the wearer's attack by 16 to 32%. When the wearer defeats an enemy, the wearer's crit damage, not crit rate, increases by 24 to 48%.
This is the one I run on my Argenti. It's really good. I like this one a lot, and I feel like it's very very good for a lot of others. It's very flexible, can be used on anyone.
I think so too. I think it's solid A tier. Maybe
Yeah,
S
I would
tier, we'll see in
agree.
a second. I think Erudition just has a lot of generally good ones that aren't very niche because all of the
Yeah,
Erudition characters are very similar in kit.
yeah.
Like the next one, the wearer regenerates 20 to 32 energy immediately upon entering battle and increases ultimate
This,
damage by 32 to 64%, which is better than.
yeah, it feels like a bank, but it's better because it has that, like, I feel like with that extra where it regenerates the energy upon entering battle will be very helpful for certain stuff, I feel like. But I feel like a lot of content in the game, like I think MOC, you or like before you go into battle. Oh wait, it might not be MOC. I think it's Simulated Universe. You kind of don't like at the final boss battle. Feel like you already have your ultimates before you go into battle. I'm pretty sure you get them before you go into battle, so you lose that extra energy there. But I think Memory of Chaos or that could be useful for like helping getting like a one turn clear
Yeah. I also
or
think
getting an early ult.
the damage increase is also a lot higher, and I think that
Yeah,
might not be immediately upon entering battle. That's just in general increases it.
yeah,
And this obviously you're gonna have 56%. It's not guaranteed that you're gonna have a lot of that, but earlier on, like it has a higher max, and I think that's already better, and it's
yeah.
not too hard to get.
True.
Um, so overall, it's like pretty
Very good.
good. The birth of the self increases damage dealt by the wearer's follow-up attacks by 24 to 48%. If the current HP of the target enemy is below or equal to 50%, increases damage dealt by follow-up attacks by an extra 24 to 48%, which means it is pretty much mainly good on Herta. It's obviously made for Herta. She has her
But
face
it
on
could
it.
be used by Himiko.
And can kind of tiny bit be used by Jing Yuan because he also has
Yeah.
a follow-up.
I forgot about his follow-up attack, but yeah.
Although
So
it's not
it's
really used by others.
yeah, so it's only good for people with a follow-up attack in erudition. So it's a bit niche. I'd put it kind of low down.
C maybe?
Yeah,
Probably low C.
a low C because it's kind of niche.
Yeah, but it's pretty good for the niche.
Did we write the other one?
Which one?
The one above Birth of the South.
Make the world clamor?
Yeah, I don't remember writing it.
We did. It's right here. B.
No, I
We were talking
forgot, my
about it for a
bad.
while. It's the
Yeah,
regenerates enemy energy and increases ultimate damage.
yeah, I forgot if we rated it. That's the thing, we talk about so much.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could talk about a lot of them for a while because you have to kind of think
Yeah,
about text and comparisons, and it's kind of hard to because there's so many Lightcones. There is more Lightcones than characters.
yeah, and it's good to have more like constant characters because then you have variations of how to use a character, I feel
Right.
like. But yeah, so sorry, we could go into the one after the Birth of the South.
The data Cosmos fell increases the wearer's attack by 16 to 24% when the wearer uses an attack and at least two attacked enemies have the corresponding weakness. The wearer's crit damage increases by 20 to 40% for 2 turns. I feel like that's pretty good on,
Yeah, it's I think it's really good in certain situations.
especially for like a mono QQ team, would be really good.
Yeah. And I think Argenti could also use this pretty well.
Yeah. So, and crit damage is just really nice. So,
Yeah,
again, similar to your Genius Repose, maybe B tier instead
yeah,
and less than the Make the World Clamor just because it's a little bit less useful.
yeah,
It's still pretty flexible, pretty useful, but it's like a little bit harder to use.
yeah,
Next, we have the Seriousness of Breakfast, which I remember it being really good. Increases the wearer's
yeah,
damage by 12 to 24%. For every defeated enemy, the wearer's attack increases by 4 to 8%, stacking up to 3 times. So at base, that is 12%. At max,
yeah.
that is 16%.
20, 24.
Oh, 24. You're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Me when I
It's
can't
just
math.
like it's just the increases like the 12, 15, 18, 21. It's just like stacks up 3 times.
Yeah.
Is the so you basically what after defeating 3 enemies you're just getting double the increase of damage that you get from normally, if you get what I mean. Like
Yeah.
after yeah. I mean, I feel like it's good, but I feel like some are just better with the increase of damage. Or
I for attack especially, I think
yeah,
the increases damage is very general. So like if a
yeah,
character crits, this is on top of the crit, isn't it?
yeah. I think it's so weird because I feel like it's like they should have properly explained it or have somewhere where it properly explains what that like overall damage is and then attack increases and like I feel like they might have that on the fandom wiki.
Hold on. Hopefully this doesn't dox me. Ignore everything. Don't look. So I think I'm just gonna use this as like a board so I can show what I'm talking about. I think how the
Yeah,
damage work is like scaled damage. So this is like attack, HP, defense, depending on the character.
yeah,
And then I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller so it all fits in together.
yeah.
Maybe 18 might be too
Oh,
small. I need you to be able to see it.
yeah, I can see it fine.
Yeah, so that, and then it goes damage percent, and then it goes crit. I think that's how it works.
Okay.
But this is like if crit. Right?
Yeah,
So that's why damage percent is a little bit more valuable than attack percent.
yeah.
Because that is like the order that they go in. So you'll first have the calculation of your scaled damage. And
And
then
then your
not to
damage
mention
percent.
not to mention type type damage increase. So that's like if you get imaginary damage increase.
Yeah, on the orb,
Yeah.
right?
So I think this one is actually before damage percent. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
That's the only problem is like these two, it's hard to tell. Uh, and then what else was there? I think defense and damage resistance is a little hard to say. So when you attack an enemy,
yeah,
I think type damage increase also has to do with like I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Hmm. That's why, yeah, that's why I kind of wish there was like an actual damage calculator, right? You could probably search it up and find it, and there are some people who like
yeah,
look for the specific data. Maybe next time we do this type of stream where we talk about this type of thing, we would have done more research beforehand and known it better, right?
yeah,
But like crit isn't considered for DOT. So I think that's why crit is kind of last. So
yeah,
dot is like type based. So I think type res of mob, I'm gonna call it mob, is going to be first before crit.
Yeah.
And then I think defense shred. I don't know. Does DOT do more damage if there's defense shred?
Hmm. I'm not sure.
I think this is actually possibly equal, but it's not entirely sure. And we can probably
Okay.
say,
I searched up the damage formula and it says outgoing damage equals base damage, then damage percent multiplier, then death multiplier, res multiplier, damage taken multiplier, then universal damage reduction multiplier, then weakened multiplier. And then it kind of explains what they all are.
are you able to send that to me?
Yeah. I'll send it in the Honkai Starrail group so everyone can get it.
Okay, so yeah, base damage, skill multiplier plus extra multiplier. So that's like what I was saying as
Yeah.
well. Let me actually get it on the stream. So that's the scale damage that I was talking about. That's the base
Yeah.
damage. Um, extra multiplier disappears only on some skills, like Dan Hong's ultimate does additional damage to slowed enemies. Okay, that makes sense. This is an attribute that scales off of, in most cases, attack. Oh, interesting. But this won't be said, will it? The scaling attribute? Isn't scaling attribute similar to the skill multiplier? Interesting.
I think it's like how much percent the skill multiplier is how much percent of the base attack. Like you know how it's like, oh, basic attack will do 100%
So
of
like, let me take Fu Shuang as an example because she's like one of those characters that are uh, doing that sort of niche of like not having attack.
yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Pardon me.
So
Yeah, so it's like the percentages, like
so first is the base HP of like 201. So she's dealing 65% of that HP.
yeah,
And then if she doesn't have that, and then this attribute, the skill scales off of, in most cases, it's an attack, but this one is scaled off of HP. I'm confused. I guess that's only if like there's an increase of.
yeah. Is it?
The
I
wording
feel
is a bit
like
weird.
yeah. I feel like we could go more into it for another stream exactly how it works.
Yeah. Okay. But we should continue with like our Lightcone.
Yeah. So
Where
the
were we at?
breakfast.
Seriousness of breakfast. Yeah, it's generally good. Uh,
Yeah, I feel it could be used on everyone.
I think the damage increase is really good. I think
Yeah.
solid A tier, high A tier.
Yeah, high A tier.
It's better than Genius's approach, I feel like, just because you don't have to defeat an enemy to get it,
Yeah.
unless it's like the attack. But the general damage increase is just better, I feel like.
Yeah.
It depends. They're both like pretty equal, I'd say actually.
Yeah, it depends on the character you're using and how like you're built them.
Yeah. Today is another peaceful day. After entering battle, increases the wearer's damage based off of their max energy. Damage increases by 0.2 to 0.4% per point of max energy, up to 160 energy. So, getting off of Fushuang because that's not the right character. Uh, QQ is like in there, but actually, yeah, it's right here. Characters that
Yeah,
benefit most from it is going to be Argenti and
yeah,
QQ has the most. So those two are going to benefit from it the most, I feel like.
yeah.
Um, if 160 is the max,
It's
so
32 for the 0.2, it's 32 and 0.4 would be 64 for 160 energy.
which is going to be on Argenti, and
Yeah,
comparing that to this
I feel like
and
I
this,
feel like it's not as good as it sounds.
probably C tier just because it's only really used by Argenti.
Yeah,
Oops. Pretty equal to Databank as well, I feel like.
yeah.
A little bit better than Databank because it's not just the ultimate. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so next we have the 5 stars. An instant before gaze increases the wearer's crit damage by 36 to 60%. When the wearer uses ultimate, increases the wearer's ultimate damage based off of their max energy. Sorry. Each point of energy increases the ultimate damage by 0.36 up to 0.6% of up to 180 points of energy. So this one's obviously the better one for
This
Argenti.
one's better, because this S1 is better than the other one, S5, because um not just the crit damage alone is good, but the energy thing just at level 1, you gain 64.8 damage or whatever it was increase.
That's true, yeah. I think it's a solid A tier then.
Yeah,
Still not really as flexible as some of the other ones, so that's why it's like
yeah.
here. Before Dawn, increases the wearer's crit damage by 36 to 60%, increases the wearer's skill and ultimate damage by 18 to 30%. After the wearer uses their skill or ultimate, they gain Soma's Corpus. Upon triggering a follow up attack, Soma's Corpus will be consumed, and the follow up attack damage increases by 48 to 80%, which I think is really good on most characters. Again, it follows that
Yeah.
niche, but is like 10 times better than that niche of that other
Yeah, I
one.
feel like it could be put at A because how many erudition have followed? We have Himiko, Jin
Herta and
Yuan,
Jing.
and Herta.
Yeah.
So three people can use it,
And this one can basically only be used by Argenti. So this
but
one's,
it's still a pretty strong thing, I feel like.
yeah. It's similar to Argenti's, well, it's the same amount of crit damage increase, but it
Yeah,
also increases the damage of skill and ultimate. So it's better than Argenti's just because of that.
yeah,
And most of the time, you're going to be wanting to use skill and ultimate of the erudition characters, anyways, for the actual AoE.
yeah,
So probably kind of high A, just because like either way, that's like really good, even without follow-up attacks.
yeah,
Considering that Night on Milky Way. For every enemy on field, it increases the wearer's attack by 9 to 15%, up to 5 stacks. When an enemy is inflicted with Weakness Break, the damage dealt by the wearer increases by 30 to 50% for 1 turn. Again, best on Himiko, but it depends on the enemies on the field, which is kind of a pain. I think still A tier, but like low A tier.
Yeah.
Because the amount is a bit of a pain, and you're not always inflicting Weakness Break.
Yeah.
Unless it's like Argenti or Himiko, because those two are probably the best at it.
Definitely.
Okay on Herta as well.
I think that's the stun of our erudition.
Yeah, and we could check Lightcones here.
We could probably go to the new in 2.2 to see the new Lightcones.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, so none of these. Because these two, this one is Nihility.
Nihility, yeah. I said erudition because I was thinking of erudition.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do hunt now?
We did Harmony, we did Destruction, we did Abundance. Yeah, let's do Hunt. So, Adversarial. When the wearer defeats an enemy, increases speed by 10 to 18% for 2 turns, which is good on a Hunt character.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty consistent.
Speed.
I like that a lot for Hunt characters. So I feel like that's solid A or B tier. Maybe put B tier
B.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Arrows. At the start of battle, the wearer's crit rate increases by 12 to 24% for only 3 turns. Which
this reminds me of that one set that increases. You know that the planner the orb and rope that increases the crit rate by 60% for the first turn if your crit damage is 120 or higher. It reminds me of that kinda.
This one.
Yeah.
I get what you mean. I feel like you could definitely do a crazy build with like the first turn ones. But even then, arrows might not be worth it.
I feel like C. Or, yeah, low C.
Yeah. I feel like it's getting harder and harder to place them because of how many there are.
Yeah.
Darting Arrow. When the wearer defeats an enemy, increases attack for 3 turns, similar to Adversarial, but I feel like it's less useful than Adversarial because you just like speed a lot more on Hunt characters, and you get those like turns in. So maybe a low B.
Low B, because it's still useful, but I feel like, yeah, Hunt characters want more turns rather than higher damage.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the opposite for destruction. You want higher damage than more turns. But I feel like more turns is also useful, but higher damage for some characters. Like Dankong IL will want higher damage than more turns because he's gonna need the skill points to use his full enhanced attack.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Okay, Final Victor. Increases the wearer's attack by 12 to 20%. When the wearer lands a crit hit on the enemies, gains a stack of good fortune, stacking up to 4 times. Every stack of good fortune the wearer has will increase their crit damage by 8 to 12%. Good fortune will be removed at the end of wearer's turn. I think this is really good because you like building crit on all the hunts.
Yeah.
The base attack is kind of and the base crit damage like increase of stacking to 4 times, so 8 times 4 is what, 32?
Yeah.
It's actually decent. Like 32% crit damage increase is not bad.
Yeah, and then 48 at max isn't bad either.
And if you build it right, you get like, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So solid, maybe A, low A.
A low A, because it is good.
Yeah. Only sentence remains. I don't think I like this one. Increases attack of its wearer by 16 to 32%. If
I
there are
feel like
two or
it's
fewer enemies on the field, increases wearer's crit rate.
I feel like this one's very niche because you need it two or fewer to really get it. I feel like just
Oops, wrong
put it
one.
low down. I feel like D because
Just ignore that.
oh
I can't delete it.
that sucks that you can delete it. It's just gonna forever be there.
Low B.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
maybe
even use it, so
C.
I'm gonna put it C because I don't
Because
wouldn't.
it's too niche to just like if you're fighting a boss, yes, but there's just better ones.
Yeah, and like increase of crit rate
I
is
feel like
okay. It
if it was crit
depends.
damage, it'd be better.
And you look at the next one already. You have an increased crit rate, and it's guaranteed.
Yeah, this is the bypass one though.
It's not worth it though because after a crit hit, there is a 16 to 32% fixed chance to dispel one buff on target enemy. This effect can only trigger one time per attack. To be clear, buff, not debuff. I said that by accident. Sorry.
Yeah,
Bad. It's too niche.
yeah,
So honestly, D tier purely because
it's too niche.
and it's on battle pass.
Yeah,
Next is this one's easy to get. River flows in spring. After entering battle, increases the wearer's speed and damage. So increases the wearer's speed by 8 to 12%, damage by 12 to 24%. When the wearer takes damage, this effect will disappear. This effect will resume after the end of the wearer's next turn. And
so
it's
this is a really good set. I wish more pieces were like this, that this effect will resume after the end of next turn, or like after a certain amount of turns, because we lose a lot of this at the beginning of the battle buffs. And this is
yeah.
really good because it increases the speed and the damage.
Yeah, and I think it's especially good for a lot of Honkai characters. So
Yeah,
it's very balanced, it's very useful. I would put it A tier as well. Probably
yeah,
better than the one with him on it.
yeah, and it's not, it says damage and not attack, which is, I
Yeah.
feel like, better because better scaling.
Yeah, I agree. Next is subscribe for more. I remember this one being decent too. Increases damage of the wearer's basic attack and scale by 24 to 48%. This effect increases by an extra 24 to 48% when the wearer's current energy reaches its max level. The only problem with this is that you're not using your ultimate as much.
I feel like if this was a destruction thing, it'd be so good for Blade because sometimes you need to keep his all until it reaches that threshold to get the most out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense for like nuking teams as well because you're going to
Yeah,
be. So this was okay on Sela for a while.
I feel like it'd be good if you know like when you're farming relics you have like five or four. I feel like it'd be good if you had your ultimate and didn't use it until you got onto the boss. But I
Yeah,
feel like it's still a bit too niche.
I
But
agree.
it's
I
not
I think
bad.
it's like generally decent. So probably low B tier.
Yeah.
Definitely better than the Dan Hung one. So
Yeah.
swordplay wasn't swordplay. What was swordplay? I don't know. Anyways, swordplay. For each time the wearer hits the same target, damage dealt increases by 8 to 16%, stacking up to 5 times. This effect would be
This
dispelled when the wearer changes targets.
I feel like this would be really good with fighting bosses. It's a bit niche, but fighting bosses would be really good, I feel like.
I think
So
high
I
B
put a
tier.
B, yeah.
And then we have the 5 stars. Well, we also have sailing towards
Yeah.
second. Let's like look at it now since we can.
Yeah.
Increases the wearer's break effect by 60% and break damage dealt by the wearer ignores 20% of the target's defense. When the wearer's break effect in battle is at 150% or greater, increase their speed by 12%. This is only really good for Boot Hill and Sushang, I feel like.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's kind of niche. So,
Yeah.
probably C tier.
Yeah.
Better than the Danhong one, though. No offense.
We're just gonna keep putting that down hung one down.
I just don't like things with like specific
Yeah.
amounts, and that one is even more flexible than that at least. So,
Yeah.
Baptism of Pure Thoughts increases the wearer's crit damage by 20 to 32%. For every debuff on the enemy target, the wearer's crit damage dealt against the target increases by 8 to 12%, stacking up to 3 times. So again, at most, like it's like what 30? 24.
Yeah.
When using ultimate to attack the enemy target, the wearer receives the disputation effect, which increases damage dealt by 36% to 60% and enables their follow-up attacks to ignore 24 to 40% of the target's defense. This is already super good without the last part,
Yeah.
which at least puts it at A tier, and the last part just is good for only 2 characters, really.
Yeah.
So, solid A tier.
Yeah.
Better than these two, at least, but not like top of A tier.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get rid of this. Cruising in the Stellar Sea increases the wearer's crit rate by 8 to 16% and increases their crit rate against enemies with HP less than or equal to 50% by an extra 8 to 16%, which makes sense for Hunt. When the wearer defeats an enemy, increase their attack by 20 to 40% for 2 turns. This actually feels really good on Cielo. It's really easy to get to max as well, and even at the bottom, it's decent. And it's about crit rate,
Yeah.
which it depends on how you're building. So this one, I feel like again solid A tier because of ease of
Yeah. A
access.
lot
It's
of
like better.
stuff's ADU. Yeah. And it's not hard to get copies.
Yeah. In the night is going to be similar. Increases the wearer's crit rate by 18 to 30%, which is higher than this, but you know this one kind of stacks. While the
Yeah.
wearer is in battle, for every 10 speed that exceeds 100, which is kind of what you want for Hunt, the damage of the wearer's basic attack and skill is increased by 6 to 10%, and the crit damage of their ultimate is increased by 12 to 20%. This effect can stack up to 8 times. I think this is good for a lot of different characters.
Yeah.
Especially Ciela, especially Sushang. I think Boot Hill can also kind of use this. Pretty decent.
Yeah. I kind of want to see someone get to that 180 mark with this Lightcone to really push it to its full potential.
But it's just kind of hard to get there. I know
Yeah,
Ciela
you need
increases her
so much.
speed a lot.
I wanna, cause sometimes like the buffs you get from teammates actually helps out with certain characters' stats and other things. I wonder if speed boosting her would help her with this.
Yeah.
But it's a bit difficult to know
Yeah,
without
definitely.
having it and testing it.
Something to kind of look out for, I guess.
Yeah.
Definitely pretty decent to just have for a lot of different characters.
Yeah.
But again, like cruising in the Stellar Sea is also pretty decent because it's easy to get. Next, we
Yeah.
have Sleep Like the Dead increases the wearer's crit damage by 30 to 50%. When the wearer's basic attack or skill does not result in a crit hit, increases the crit rate, which is really good, I think.
Yeah.
This effect can only trigger once every 3 turns. That's the only problem.
Mm,
But the crit damage is pretty consistent and nice. 30% is a lot already.
yeah.
And it's not hard to get. You can get it from the shop. But it's not as
True.
crazy as like Bronya's, for example.
Yeah, it's not crazy like other ones, but it's quite high, I feel like.
I think compared to the last two, it's kind of better, but it's not super crazy.
Yeah.
And last one is also super niche. It's a follow up attack. So worrisome blissful. I don't know. Increases the crit rate by 18 to 30%, and their follow up attacks damage by 30 to 50%. After the wearer uses a follow up attack, apply the tame state to the target, stacking up to 2 stacks. When allies hit enemy targets under the tame state, every tame stack increases the crit damage dealt by 12 to 20%. Confusing,
Yeah.
but clearly makes Topaz more of a support and
Yeah.
not as useful on Doctor Ratio as it is on Topaz. So probably a C tier
Yeah.
with Boot Hills thing.
Yeah. I feel like Doctor Ratios you can at least use it on Topaz, but you can't use this one on Doctor Ratio.
To highest effect, at least.
Yeah.
That should be all of them because the other new one was Nihility. So
Nihility. And we're about going to Nihility.
yeah, because we did all of these. So Nihility's our last one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Nihility just has the most, which is the most annoying.
Yeah, because like characters like Welt, for example, can be built like 10 million different ways.
Wow, why are you so confusing, Wow? Rise.
So, Hidden Shadow. After using skill, the wearer's next basic attack deals 60 to 120% of attack as additional damage to the target enemy. Uh, let's see. I guess Silverwolf can kind of use this. Kayla can
Yeah,
kind of use this. Weld, it's a bit weird
yeah,
to use this because you just want to bounce. Uh,
yeah.
you can kind of use this. You could definitely use it on Luca.
Oh, true.
Let's see who else. Not this one. Okay. I don't know about
Kaf
Kafka,
yeah, I feel like Kafka you wouldn't use
and I don't know about Akiron because I
Black
think you.
Swan, maybe, but I just don't see why.
Yeah. So it's decent for certain characters. Again, it's iffy because crazy.
Yeah, I feel like B, or I mean B.
Low B, high B, maybe high B.
Maybe in the middle.
Yeah, I'm in the middle. Okay. Next, we have Loop. Increases damage dealt from its wearer to slowed enemies by 24 to 48%. Who actually slows enemies? I know Silverwolf does.
Well,
Well, does,
does.
but is that imprisonment or slow? Is it like actually called slow?
I think he has a slow in his thing.
Slowing, yeah. Chance of imprisonment and slowing, that's a skill. But that's only 2 characters.
Yeah.
And Silverwolf isn't even guaranteed.
And neither is Welts, because it's like 80% when I was reading it.
Yeah. Okay, wait, I just realized Hidden Shadows, like, multipliers are pretty high.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy to me.
Same.
Yeah, I think this one is, like, probably D, because it's only
Because it's
well.
too niche.
Yeah. And Void, at the start of battle, the wearer's effect hit rate increases by 20 to 40% for 3 turns. That's just kind of bad because you want consistency for Nihility
Yeah.
characters. So I want to say F.
Yeah.
It just feels uncomfortable. compared to like other ones. It's fine because it makes sense, but for nihility specifically, you want very consistent effect hit rate.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you lose so many more benefits, and you kind of need more stuff for nihility. So it's like, yeah, it's just definitely not as good. Before the tutorial mission starts is the event one, so it's harder to get. Increases the wearer's effect hit rate consistent by 20 to 40% and 20 to 40% as a comparison. This is the same, but this one's consistent. When the wearer attacks defense, reduced enemies regenerates 4 to 8 energy. Best on Pela, best on Silverwolf, can't get any more, so that loses its
Yeah.
value. Um,
I think C because you can't get any more. I
yeah,
don't have this one because I did not do the event when it was out.
we're kind of opposites. Like I couldn't get the other one, and you couldn't get this one.
Yeah, I wish they bring it back in the future. Like, I hope they rerun events
Yeah, and then
type
like lets you
things.
get copies of it. I mean, this one, if this one's B tier, I think this one's also B tier because it's very
Yeah,
good. Like similar, they're pretty much equal.
yeah,
Next is Eyes of the Prey. Increases effect hit rate of its wearer by 20 to 40% and increases dot by 24 to 48%. Uh, yeah, the 24 to 48% is pretty good.
yeah,
And we have a lot of dot characters that could use this. So,
yeah.
pretty
Dog
decent.
goes crazy. I just don't like have any dog characters.
I say like low A tier.
I would have to agree.
Because the next one is like Shock or Wind Shear specifically, right? 16 to
Yeah,
32, I think, increases the break effect dealt by the wearer by 16 to 32% and increases their damage to enemies afflicted with shock and wind by 16 to 32%. This also applies to dot. So it's more consistent and is higher.
yeah,
So this one's just better. High A tier.
yeah. I'd have to agree. High A tier.
And isn't this one the one that you can buy from the shop, or am I getting confused?
I don't think it is.
Let me double check. Yeah,
Okay,
for
it is.
Forgotten
Never
Hall,
mind.
I was right. So I think it's decent for a shop one.
Yeah,
Good night and sleep well. I have too many of these. For every debuff the target has, the damage dealt by the wearer increases by 12 to 24%, stacking up to 3 times. This effect also applies to DOT, as in DOT is a debuff and will also do increased damage. This is like generally pretty good. It also works on Pela and Silverwolf. So
yeah,
generally, I also think it's similar to Fermenta, but better because Fermenta is focused on DOT. This one does better because it's like more general use. I think
yeah,
solid like low S tier or high A
yeah.
tier.
High 80. I think it's higher than the Fermento one.
Yeah. Next we have It's Showtime. When the wearer inflicts a debuff on an enemy, gains a stack of Trick. Every stack of Trick increases the wearer's damage dealt by 6 to 10%, stacking up to 3 times. So 30% is the highest. Uh, this effects last for 1 turn. When the wearer's effective hit rate is 80% or higher, increases attack by 20 to 30%. Uh,
I feel like this one is okay.
it's not that good compared to the other
I feel
ones.
like,
It's like not as
yeah,
stable as the problem.
I feel like it just seems a bit niche, and I want to put in D tier
D tier,
or
okay.
low C.
I agree with D tier. I just think again, like yeah, too niche and too less consistent damage,
Yeah,
so it doesn't feel comfortable. Next we have Resolution shines as pearls of sweat. Gross. Anyways, when when the wearer hits an enemy and if the hit enemy is not already ensnared, When there is a 60 to 100%, then there is a 60 to 100% base chance to ensnare the hit enemy. Ensnared enemies' defense decreases by 12 to 16% for one turn. I think this is actually really good because
Yeah.
most nihility you'll use with other nihility. So this is really good for comboing with other nihilities.
Yeah.
It's not the best for a main DPS nihility, but it's still pretty decent.
Yeah. I like this one.
Me too. Good old. I think it's like good next to this one.
Yeah.
Better than Fermento just because it's like more flexible, but not as good for as a Good Night Sleep Well purely because that one is more for damage and like more characters in the Hilly right now are damage dealers.
Yeah.
Next we
This
have
is the Bow Pass one.
okay, got it. We will meet again. After the wearer uses basic attack or skill, deals additional damage equal to 48 to 96% of the wearer's attack to a random enemy that has been attacked.
This feels niche. Like, it's random, and I feel like for Nihility, I don't know who would actually really use this well, if you get what I mean.
It could kind of work on Sampo because of his random bouncing, and I guess on Weld because of random bouncing, but it's not going to be the same type of damage, so it's not as worth it as other ones. I feel like,
Yeah.
and because of Battle Pass, I think it's also too niche.
I
So
think D or F.
D tier, I feel like maybe low D tier.
Low.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
low.
Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. 5 stars. Oh, I guess we can look at the new
The
one.
4-star, yeah.
Increases the wearer's crit rate by 8%. The wearer deals 24% more crit damage to enemies that are currently defense reduced or slowed. So this is good on Archeron, the best on
Yeah.
Archeron. It can also do okay on Silverwolf and do okay on Welt, I think.
What is this maxed, by the way? Like, what are the numbers maxed? Okay.
60% and 48%.
I feel like that's pretty good, like, for Acreon, if you didn't get, like, her signature Lightcone.
Yeah. But other than that, it's like too
It's kind of
niche.
bad. Yeah.
So probably high C tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, next we have In the Name of the World, increases the wearer's damage to debuffed enemies by 24 to 40%. When the wearer uses their skill, the effect hit rate for this attack increases by 18 to 30%, and attack increases by 24 to 40%. Uh, Obviously
I
for
feel like,
Welt,
yeah, I feel like this is useful for a while.
I think it works for other DOT characters as well.
Yeah, I feel like it works with kind of everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
It's very flexible and it's certain and it's not like, oh, if this, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
And it is easy to get because you can buy it from the shop.
and the effect hit rate is really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good. Next is Incessant Rain. Increases the wearer's effect hit rate by 24 to 40%, way more than last one, so it's better on certain
Yeah.
characters like Silverwolf and Pela. When the wearer deals damage to an enemy that currently has 3 or more debuffs, increases the wearer's crit rate by 12 to 20%. After the wearer uses their basic attack skill or ultimate, there's a 100% chance to implant Aether Code on a random hit target that does not have it yet. Targets of Aether Code receive 12 to 20% increased damage for one turn. And this is
That's
like
a really
all
good.
characters, so this one is also like
Yeah. I feel like S tier.
also S tier. D tier is really good.
Yeah.
I kind of like this one more than Welt's, just because effective hit rate is good either way, and the more debuffs also works with DOT because DOT is a debuff.
Yeah.
So it works for like main DOT teams as well. Next is Patience is all you need. Increases damage dealt by the wearer by 24 to 40%. After every attack launched by the wearer, their speed increases by 4.8 to 8%, stacking up to 3 times. If the wearer hits an enemy target that is not affected by erode, there's a 100% base chance to inflict erode to the target. Enemies affected with erode are also considered to be shocked and will receive lightning DOT at the start of each turn equal to 60 to 100% of the wearer's attack, lasting for 1 turn. The speed one doesn't really feel like necessary.
Yeah, I feel like
And this is only
I
the best on DOT.
yeah,
So I'd say A tier.
yeah,
Not as good as the other two though. Actually, other three I feel like actually.
yeah,
Weirdly enough. Obviously on Kafka it's going to be better than the other three, but overall not a necessity words.
yeah.
I know words. Reforged Remembrance increases the wearer's effect hit rate by 40 to 60%, which is going to be higher than these two. Again, that's like really good. When the wearer
Yeah,
deals damage to an enemy inflicted with wind shear, burn, shock, or bleed, with respective grants 1 stack of profit, stacking up to 4 times in a single battle. Only 1 stack of profit can be gained for each type of DOT. Every stack of profit increases the wearer's attack by 5 to 9% and enables the DOT dealt to ignore 7.2 to 10% of the target's defense. Better than the Kafka's, but worse than the
yeah,
other three because it lacks flexibility.
yeah, I would agree.
Only good for DOT teams.
Yeah,
Oh, and this one you can get from the Herda shop. Increases
yeah,
the wearer's break effect by 20 to 40%. When the wearer uses their ultimate, increases DOT dealt by the wearer by 24 to 48%, lasting for 2 turns. When a target enemy suffering from DOT imposed by the wearer is defeated, regenerates 4 to 8 energy for the wearer. Again, only really great for DOT.
yeah,
So, still going to be, I think it's better than Fermenta, but that's it.
yeah. And I think that's us done.
Yeah, I don't think we're missing anything else. I think we learned really interesting stuff. Uh, we have better prioritization in terms of Lightcone getting
Yeah,
and thinking about team comps, thinking about like what to use, thinking about what is the worst of the worst is really interesting.
yeah,
Um,
the ones that are too niche.
but is like super good if you have this right character, which
Yeah,
kind of changes things as well because it would make if we were talking about true meta, I think this would be S tier purely because Fu Strong is just that good.
yeah,
But because it's like Fu Strong, not everyone will have it. Not everyone needs this light cone. Uh, yeah, so Fu Strong like does her best and has even more capabilities because of this light cone. It's worth it to get her E1, but I think it's more worth it to get her light cone over her E1 if you're pulling.
yeah.
So
Uh,
that is like that's just for that scenario, and I think it is worth it to get Fu Shuang still. I don't think she has been power crept at all. I think she's more flexible than uh, Aventurine, and is more flexible than Locha because of her damage reduction reduces the chances of getting one shot as well.
yeah,
And Huohuo is more flexible as well than those two just because of her buffing capabilities is really really good. And with her light cone she also like is so good, right? Overall, Huohuo is better because of her light cone is S tier, if that makes sense.
yeah,
In terms of who you would like get for sustain, who you pull on, what I recommend for pulling. So that is the tier list.
Yeah.
Let me see. So there's not going to be a link to this because of I might just put it on Imager and link it in the video if you guys need a better image of it. Um,
Yeah.
Let me see. Hold on a moment. Here you can have the image. This is from Discord. If I link it, I don't think you will be able to see it because it is like a private server. You're not going to be in the server, but if you need a screenshot, you can take a screenshot here for people watching and actually trust our words.
Yeah.
We're just a couple of dumbasses that like to overanalyze things, okay?
I feel like what we should do next is, you know how like people say like, oh, Eidolons or get the a light cone? I think, okay, I'd like to say, you know like how some people would be like, oh, get Adventurer's E1 over his light cone?
Yeah.
I think people need to really think about the usage of the person's light cone with multiple people. Like, I feel like, yes, his art venturing's light cone is only kind of used for two people, but you really have to think about what it actually increases and stuff and what it does rather than just, oh, get his thingy, you know? I feel like some people just don't fully analyze this game and
Especially a
the
lot of more
utility.
popular YouTubers, I feel like, no offense to them, like
Yeah,
the over hype for Sparkle and the wrong comparisons, in my opinion, it's wrong comparisons. I just,
yeah,
it's really it's really hard to say. And after Sparkle's out now, I feel like she's definitely been overhyped. As well as like general tech and everything, you have to really think about specifics. Sparkle doesn't have a cleanse for one thing, and it's not 100% up in terms of like increases a
yeah,
character up like Bronya's or Robin's. So Bronya has a lot of utilities in general. She also adds some survivability. I think there is a defense increase in her kit as well. So she works well with a lot of your sustains as well. And it's just generally a lot more flexible. And Sparkle can only really work in specific teams in terms of optimization. One thing that we do need to look at if we're trying to do a fair comparison is the comparison of damage multiplication as well as true utility. Uh, that is something that like is harder to consider. I feel like.
yeah.
And
Oh,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Go. No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I never really liked it was like 50% increase for Sparkle because to me, I feel like a lot of teams need certain speed turns and certain rotations to really work well. And if you using her and not knowing like the best rotation for your team, I feel like it'll mess you up a lot. I know she's kind of easy to use, but I feel like it's just really annoying that it's 50% rather than 100. I feel like that 100% like Bronya's and Robin's is just more reliable than that 50% because you could use that and it couldn't. I don't know. I feel like that 100% is just more useful.
Yeah, and you also don't really want a stiff like build for things. That's why I like having fun with like certain characters instead of being very specific about builds. And I feel like Sparkle, you have to be very specific, and so does QQ. You have to be very specific. You can't just like have fun with it. Skill point management is a pain, and I feel like Dan Hung IL has a decent like healthy build for around that in his kit, but QQ does not, and
Yeah.
that's the reason. That's like the main value for Sparkle, in my opinion, is for QQ. Other than that, Sparkle feels like she doesn't beat out Ron May, for example,
Yeah.
in terms of like general utility. Like Ron May, Ting Yoon are just really, really good in terms of utility. And same with Bronya. I think the 100% is just so much better. And the only, like, other than that, other characters don't really need that much skill point management, in my opinion. Maybe DOT teams, maybe if you're using an Asta. Uh, Seela does not really, if you know how to use her well. And, like, most teams with Seela, I don't know, it's really easy to manage. And again, Bronya has some health, like healthy skill points,
Yeah.
regen. Net wise, it's really good, especially with her thing built into her kit with her basic attack, where she gets um 25% up. I think that's what it was. I can double check. Let's hunt. I keep forgetting what Harmony looks like. Oh god, I'm so bad with the symbols. Crit rate for basic attack. Yeah, so this is like the defense I was talking about earlier. Um, deal more damage. Yeah, this is, you want E1 Bronya is the problem for max
Yeah.
healthiness,
I feel
and
like
then
A1 Bronya with her signature Lightcone is just really good for skill point generation because you could use her alt, gain one, use her skill, have a 50% chance of gaining one back, which is good. I feel like Bronya, if you have her E1 in her signature Lightcone, she you really don't need like Sparkle, I feel like.
I agree. And then this is what I mean. Her talent is the one, so it's already built into her kit that you don't even need to like get a trace for it. It's already there. And at like level 1 it's 15%, and 15% is a lot. And if you have that with things like one of her favorite sets,
Pardon me.
her favorite relic sets is, one of them is Ego of Twilight. After the wearer uses their ultimate, their action is advanced forward by 25%. Again, that's like really good for her. And other light cones that are really good for her, like I think Dance 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 was one of them. It's just like another good example, I feel like she's just generally, she has a lot of, yeah, so she has a lot of advanced forward capabilities, which is just generally really good.
Yeah.
Ego of Twilight is like really, really good for her because, yeah, she also does well with like crit damage building like Sparkle, but like I don't know, it's, I feel like the comparison is unfair because their utilities are different, and Bronya is generally more flexible than Sparkle.
Yeah.
So Sparkle, honestly overhyped. I think I know someone said this, but Seela, a lot of people are saying like, not really a lot of people. It's more just like certain people are very concerned about this or feel this way. Uh, that Seela is like being power crept, and I'd say yes, kind of, because she still clears 90% of content really well, and I learned that I wasn't using her correctly, so maybe it could just be not using her correctly and understanding how her resurgence works and understanding how her speed works, is what causes a lot of people to feel like she's not that good, right?
Yeah.
But overall, she does have decent amount of potential. But yes, I would say she is being a little bit power crept. Uh, Other DPS are just gonna do a lot better and are gonna be a lot easier to build,
Yeah.
especially for most content, and depending on the content. I feel like Blade is another example of people saying that he's getting power crept, but he's still very
Yeah,
good as a sub DPS for one of the best DPSs in the game, Jinglei, right? So
yeah,
in terms of that, yes, but also no, right? It's just a change of utility.
yeah,
Um, I know people have been talking about uh, in comments, people simping over Firefly. Sorry, I'm calling you out, people. Uh,
yeah. They look like a child. Stop it. It's gross.
she looks
I just wanted to say
16.
that. I know, but like, I still feel like it's really weird when people simp over characters who are in their teenage years.
I get what you mean, yeah. Especially when like majority of the audience might be degens that are in their 20s or older. No offense,
Yeah,
people. Uh, but I feel like I don't know. Genshin is like a pretty wide audience.
yeah. I'm not sure about Honkai Starrail, but yeah, I know Genshin has a lot of like a big variation of fans.
Yeah, Honkai Starrail is really it's. I feel like it's harder to say. I feel like for some reason I feel like Honkai Starrail's audience is a little bit more mature because some of
Yeah,
them are also coming from Honkai Impact more than Genshin, and those
yeah,
people are more mature from what I've seen, and they're probably in like an older fandom anyways because it is like an older game.
yeah. I feel like no offense to Genshin, but I feel like a lot of more Genshin people are a lot younger. I know there are some older ones, but I feel like majority of them are quite young compared to I feel like other Honkai or I mean like Honkai games, like the Honkai
Sorry.
Starrail fandom and Honkai Impact Third fandom. I feel like they're definitely a bit older and definitely a bit more mature than Genshin Impact's fandom.
Yeah, I I don't know. I think I just in general I think some of the simping feels uncomfortable to me and it's kind of cringe to me. I can understand it.
Same.
I can understand seeing characters as best girl. I understand seeing Sushang as best girl, for example. But like, I feel like Sparkle. To be honest, like the idea of her being a quote unquote love interest has been kind of shoved down people's throat. I think it could also be because I'm Arrow Ace. I might not get it fully, I guess, in terms of attraction. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like it's just so shoved down that it feels distasteful to like her for me.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
I think we can wait for her kit. I know there's already leaks out and everything, but in terms of Robin and Boot Hill, Robin is going to be pretty meta. Boot Hill is
Yeah.
debatable. I think that can bring up the mono meta more, but again, I think his kit is weird because his taunt kit makes things a little harder, and it almost makes you like need a shielder, which
Yeah.
reduces the mono obviously. But like, I don't know. I'm getting a feeling that we're going to get a physical shielder eventually, which will be
Yeah.
interesting. Um, and Boot Hill, I feel like is not going to get that many attention from people because
Yeah, I feel
people,
like it's going to be overshadowed by Robin because like I feel like no offense to this like the community, but I feel like everyone kind of pulls for the girls more than the guys.
yeah,
And they mostly pull for supports over more damages.
yeah, like Argenti gets forgotten. Boot Hill is also gonna get forgotten.
Yeah.
Um, MCs are always in a struggle. I think in terms of
Yeah.
break meta, Boot Hill is going to be a more premium break DPS. But I really wish that he didn't have that taunt thing in his kit. It just does not make sense for a hunt character.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
I think that's the worst thing in his kit is just that taunt thing because it really does make you require like a shielder. And if you don't have like either, I think honestly his best shielder is really going to be Aventurine or Fu
Yeah,
Shuang because you kind of want more buffs on him for the break as well. I don't know.
yeah,
And shielder is going to be better because again, taunt.
yeah,
I guess who else like you would use Boot Hill obviously with Robin. I think with a
obviously,
sub
yeah.
DPS is going to make more sense. So either Su Shang or Luca
Mm-hmm.
will work really well. Kind of similar to how Luca works decently with Su Shang. Uh,
Yeah,
it's kind of like again, it's kind of painful that Robin and Boot Hill are coming out at the same time because like they're both really good for each other.
yeah. I hate when they do that with certain characters. It's like, oh, they work well together, but you're not gonna have enough pools for both of them unless you wail.
Yeah, I think yeah, so Firefly might have like HP reduction kit. So I think I don't know.
I hope, I hope she's interesting, and I hope she's a unique kit, but it's not too unique that her how you play her and her light cone is too niche for it to be used on everyone, or I mean, not to be used on everyone. Because I feel like, and if she is niche, like I feel like every time a niche character comes out, um, that the only light cone that really works on them is their own, and that I don't know, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think she's gonna be overrated.
I feel like yeah, since sorry community again, I since because she's a female and kind of how the story went, I feel like a lot of people would be simping. Well, people are already simping. People are gonna be pulling for her because she's a girl and they're already simping for her. And I feel like I don't know. I just hope she doesn't overshadow the other person who gets released.
Yeah,
And I
which we
feel
don't
like
know
that might
yet.
be Sunday. Like I have a feeling it might be Sunday just because I feel like Sunday will be a character, and I know a lot of people would be like, "Oh, he's gonna be a 4 star," but since they didn't announce any 4 stars when they announced Robin and Boothill, I feel like he's gonna be a 5 star.
Oh yeah, that's true. They didn't announce a 4-star for Robin and Boot Hill, did they? I
I'm also
forgot.
kind of glad that they didn't announce more awful 4 stars because I feel like we do have quite a lot of 4 stars, and if they keep adding new characters, new 5 stars and new 4 stars, it's just gonna be like so many characters to collect, I feel like, and build. Even though it's already so hard to build relics in this game.
I mean, there's certain things that are just gonna help the quality of life of building certain things. Like I feel like
Yeah,
Archeron helps a lot with quality of life. Uh,
definitely.
and then Topaz like for very specific things like chest finding, which is going to be helpful for
Yeah,
bigger places. And already Penacoli is bigger than any of the past places, and I've been having struggles finding chests.
yeah,
Even with like map help, it's Penacoli also have multiple layers sometimes in certain areas, as well as like the
yeah,
weird puzzle with like running around upside down.
yeah. They're kind of annoying because they just take so much time.
Yeah. So in terms of like, I think there's going to be more characters with just general quality of life help.
Yeah,
Kind of similar to Genshin. Genshin has that too a little bit.
yeah, I
Um,
get what you mean.
yeah, I if it makes farming easier, nice. But also, I don't know. You can like build it into the game without building it into a character.
Yeah,
Like I kind of wish that Simulated Universe has a quicker way, but then it would become more of an idle or AFK game. And nobody wants that.
Yeah, that's true.
Like if I wanted to play an idle or AFK game, no offense, I'd play AFK Journey, which I played for like a week and got bored of. So,
Yeah,
or AFK Arena, AFK Journey, same game basically. I played both of them
yeah,
before. Uh, I play a lot of gacha games, so and like other AFK games that are AFK farming, Cookie Run Kingdom, also not worth it.
yeah.
I don't know. It's iffy. I feel like Honkai Starrail is like uh, content. It's just hard to grasp, I guess.
Yeah,
Like what content do you actually need to play? What content you want to play? What do you need to build? What do you want to build? Right? It's a little bit hard of a
yeah,
balance. And I think if they pushed more the strategy part of the game rather than the building part of the game, it would actually make the game
yeah,
better. Because I think every character can work in certain battles, and all basically can also work in all battles. So I think the best way to fix the game is just honestly make the relics always 2 times drops, right?
yeah. I feel like they should be doing that. Like, I feel like they need to up the chances of the drops because it's just not enough.
Yeah, I don't get enough XP. I don't get enough good relics for the specific things, and because we don't have an off piece, you kind of need to have like the perfect piece for the specific set because
Yeah,
having that set bonus is like a lot better than rolling for the specific set, if that makes sense. Like it does so much that if you don't have the set bonus, you lose. Like you literally just lose.
yeah,
Like that's what I kind of experienced with trying to build Arlen. Danheng is fine. Danheng IL, I mean, but like
yeah,
a lot of characters are going to lose a lot because they don't have a specific set. Sisters are always going to be okay. I think having sets will also increase damage for overall the team, and like tech overall is going to be the best. Uh,
yeah,
Again, I remember during the 3 times event for the Planeteer, some people still complained a lot because they would farm all of it and they wouldn't like they would only get 2 good pieces out of all of those, like,
yeah,
which is crazy to me. You need to have, like, again, you just have to have the set, otherwise you literally lose. Like you really do lose.
yeah.
So
I feel like while they do the two times pieces event, I feel like they should boost the luck of rare items.
yeah, either boost luck or have it consistently be 2 times, or have the guaranteed drops instead of being 2 gold relics, have it be 3 instead, because 3 is a rare chance, right? If it's consistently
Yeah,
3, I think that would be decently balanced. Um,
yeah,
and then what else? I think they could get rid of flat stats or lower the chances of getting flat stats on a relic piece.
yeah. Or just lower the chance of getting multiple on the same piece because I know like so many relics I get have two and it just ruins. Like it's just so annoying when I get two flat stats. I can deal with one because it might not even roll into that, but when it's two, it's just too risky.
Yeah, like that 50% chance, 50% is a very big number. Like, that's very big.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's like it's such a pain. And then not to mention that traces are also quite a pain to farm. I understand that it's kind of like easier to farm that for longer and spend time on that because it's, flat, you do it and you're done. So you can just get done with it, but relics you can't. But I still think it takes too long. to finish
Yeah.
building traces.
Yeah, I feel like they need to have these more often, these times two things, because it's always at the end of the banner runs, or the phases, I should say. But I feel like it should be every week, you know?
Yeah,
Because I feel like a lot of people struggle with the farming because they're not like daily playing.
yeah. I yeah. I think also okay, I do like the way that they save stamina, but
Yeah,
I still feel I don't know. I feel like specifically traces could be farmed better. Um Everything else is
yeah.
okay. Like
I
traces
feel like they
and
need to,
relics. That's
yeah.
it.
I feel like they need to up the chances of getting purples because I could spend 6 day on the level 5 and not get any purples, and it's just a pain.
Oh my god, yeah. It really is for traces. Yeah, it's just like oh god, you'd need so
And
many.
especially since you need like 160, if you're not even getting guaranteed one purple, it's gonna take forever. Like, I know
Yeah.
you can craft, but still crafting takes so much.
Yeah, 3 for 1 is such a pain. I that's
And
why
it's,
I'm like struggling to build my guys. I'm thinking I might just get all my guys to max level, right?
yeah,
And then work on traces and then work on relics. But I really do feel like I need a second team. But that's a lot of damage dealers that I would need to
building.
build because that's the reason why I want
There's,
another mono team. It's just because I think having that mono capabilities is just so useful.
yeah,
That's why I really like Boot Hill. That's why I think Boot Hill is going to be really meta for that application of weakness, similar to Silverwolf's, but like better for him as a DPS and better for like
yeah,
if he has a sub DPS, which is really like honestly, Robin is kind of almost like a sub DPS because she does her own damage, and you would have I don't know, you want a shielder for Boot Hill that gives him more damage, and you would have like I don't know. There's no other buffer like Hanya, maybe, but you don't really need skill points with Boot Hill because like he has a
yeah,
thing. Um, so it would be actually better to use someone like Luca or Su Shang. Maybe Luca because Luca also doesn't need to use too many skill points. So
yeah.
at that point, it's like near mono, basically mono, physical team. God, I just really want Boot Hill and that team and Robin just for that team because I think that would make it
Yeah,
so much easier to clear most of MOC without needing to build like 10 different DPS.
yeah.
It kind of makes me glad I did get Aventuring because now that I think about it, like having Aventuring and a Fushuang is just really good
It's
for
gonna
both
be very
teams.
helpful
Yeah,
for multiple, like, you're gonna have more variations because you also have Japard.
yeah,
So, like,
but I
certain
think in
teams you're
terms of
gonna
like
need shield.
oh yeah, go ahead.
I feel like in certain teams, you're not gonna be able to use like either Japard, so you might need to use Adventurine, or like
Yeah,
other way around type thing.
kind of yeah. I think Avenger just has more value. I think any support sustain that has some kind of buffing capability is just going to have
Yeah,
more value. So Aventurine and Hua Hua are just that good because of that. Um,
yeah,
in terms of uh, sorry, Lynx and Locha, those guys are a little bit more sustain, right? And more like
yeah,
because they are really good at support capabilities in terms of sustain, cleansing, consistent healing, um, That's just really good for them.
Yeah,
Taunt as well is kind of helpful on Lynx, and increase of HP is also really good on Lynx.
yeah,
It just makes a lot of sense. The utility is good. The like sustain is really good, and it's just better than the other guys. Like better than Natasha, better than
yeah,
Bailu. Those guys are just failing, and Bailu's like support capabilities, utility capabilities of increased attack is just not worth it. It's not as good as like Wolfla's utility, and not as good
yeah,
as Gallagher's even too, because Gallagher is like very specific comp. Like you wouldn't even use Bailu in a specific comp.
yeah. I feel like I don't know if this game will ever do it, but I feel like they're gonna have to in the future change some people's kits.
I don't think they will do it. Um, Bailu has really become the butt of the game, another Chi Chi
Yeah,
sort of thing, which really sucks.
yeah,
Because I think a lot of people really do like her design. I think she has one of the best designs in the game,
definitely.
especially since they detailed her tail so much. Like that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
I like her little hordes too, so cute.
yeah,
Um, I don't know. I kind of wish they built her kind of like they did with Kokomi and Genshin, because that's kind of my main comparison when I first saw her, was like comparing her to
yeah,
Kokomi. So if they were to change her or buff her, I would say like a Lightcone coming out and dealing damage because of healing.
yeah. I feel like the only way to really change like how certain characters are or to buff them is light cones because I doubt they'll ever change their kit. So like a light cone that makes her better would make sense.
Yeah, cause, but it's still going to be rough. Because okay, so a Lycone that like does healing whenever a healer heals, like whenever the wearer heals, does a lot of
Yeah,
healing because her inconsistent healing is just so bad. Or a Lycone that uses overheal for like
yeah,
either shielding for more sustain or to damage the enemy. Either of those would be good.
yeah. I feel like if there's like a light cone like say that says like oh when the wearer heals um a maxed HP ally the the extra heal turns into either a shield or like a status effect so when they take damage that it turns into heal. But I feel like that might be overpowered because I know like I feel like that could be used on a lot of people. I think they should actually do a character with that light cone because it makes sense and it'd be useful.
Yeah, it would be useful. It would buff Bailu, but it would also buff all other healers is the thing. So
Yeah.
again, you still wouldn't want to use Bailu. Like you would prefer other healers. Even Natasha would be helpful with an overheal situation. Uh,
Yeah.
it's just so hard.
Yeah.
Maybe yeah. So like it's either like a relic comes out or a Lightcone comes out that will buff Bailu. I feel like.
Hopefully, hopefully like a relic. I'm just trying to think what relic set would help her.
Yeah, so let us actually look at Bailu. I don't really care as much about Natasha because she is a 4 star and she is still decent at what she does as a 4 star
Yeah.
healer. It's just weird that Lynx and Gallagher does really well, but they don't even do crazy well compared to Natasha. They just have like certain utilities better. Natasha is just really balanced, balanced to the point that she's bad, you know. So let's see. Basic attack doesn't matter. So skill heals a single ally for 13.65%. That's at maxed. At base, it's only 7.8. Plus 400 or 7.8. If you need to see the 10, I can show the 10. I think 10 makes
Yeah.
sense. Then Bailu heals random allies 2 times. After each healing, HP restored from the next healing is reduced by 15%. So the next healing is going to be reduced, right?
Yeah.
Which also kind of sucks. Her ulti heals all allies. That's nice, except for the fact that there's no cleanse. Like, if they added a cleanse, she would be so much better.
Yeah.
And then invigoration, which we will see in like the talent, right? So after an ally is hit with invigoration, restores the ally's HP for 6.3% of Bailu's max HP plus 185. This effect can be triggered 2 times. So invigoration just increases the HP, like the healing.
Yeah. I feel like if how much taunt does Bailu have?
100.
I feel like if she had a higher taunt and people would build her with like a lot of like HP, I feel like that would just make her better if she had higher taunt. If that
As a
makes
small change,
sense.
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's still not going to be good enough to make her less of a F tier. She's still going to be F tier.
Yeah.
I guess the max HP increases is similar, but she doesn't have the same value as Link's and giving taunt onto that character.
Yeah. Because that taunt is good for Blade and Clara.
And then the characters of invigoration make sense, but again, it's too random.
Yeah.
And then the only way that she does provide like damage boost is through her Edions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, deal 10% more damage. Which is still not going to be worth it because, again, it's not consistent.
Yeah. I wonder, like, I feel like she had so much potential if she had like a cleanse in like her all or something.
I guess they really nerfed her purely because she's like one of the only characters that has a revive, and Japar technically does, but Bailu, like, that's for himself. And Bailu is for like everyone.
Yeah, even if like after using her ult, her her skill would be enhanced so it would heal like it bounced to everyone and clans. Like just something that boosts her so she had a clans.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they should have like added something like that to her kit where she has like a boosted similar to Gallagher or similar to Hook where it's like a boosting.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Like medical science, right? It shouldn't really be that random.
Yeah, for someone who like lore wise is a medical person, like I'm sorry, but how is Locha, a man who uses like a cross to heal, got a better healing way than someone who's an actual doctor?
Yeah. Why is his not random and yours is, right? This is like so weird.
Yeah,
Why are you healing people at random, Bailu? Why are you just like looking at someone off the stream being like, yeah, you're sick, here's some healing, even though they're perfectly fine?
yeah,
Unbelievable. Yeah. I think Bailu is just the worst character in the game right now. Because at least for like March 7th, I can think of a use Dan Hong, I can think of a use Himiko, I can think of a use
yeah,
Welch Kafka, yeah. Orlin Yu even, there's like a build for him. Like looking at all the characters, I guess Serval is a little struggle, but like you can still use her, and she's cheap.
Yeah.
And Bailu's a 5-star. She has no excuse. Serval does because she's a 4-star.
I feel like the only way to actually use her is like with like a tank. I mean, a shielder.
But then what's the
But
point?
then,
Most shielders are
yeah,
good on their own.
it's just so annoying.
Yeah.
No offense, but even Chi Chi's better.
Yeah.
Like, because at least in Genshin you can still use her, but like compared to other characters and like compared to other healers, you can't use her really.
Yeah.
She will most likely let your team die.
Yep. Yeah. It's just, huh.
I don't think they'll ever like buff her or anything, which sucks because I feel like games like this don't really do that. So like then characters get power crept and then nobody uses them kind of thing.
Yeah. In terms of like comparisons, so if her problem is RNG, we compare it to other characters with RNG. So let's start off like with the new one, Aventurine. Even with the low RNG, he's always winning. It's kind of
Yeah,
it's like comparing uh, the claw machine to skee ball, for example. I guess skee ball.
yeah,
I guess you can always hit something, right? Even if it's like the bottom
yeah,
hole, you're still hitting something and getting points. The claw machine, half of the time you're not getting anything.
yeah.
And then I guess another gambling one is QQ, which you can still use her basic attack and do damage because you're building her basic attack, and using her
Yeah.
skill increases damage each time, right?
I feel like if there's just something different about her kit, it'd be better.
If it wasn't random or if the randomness had more use. Like I said, overheal would be amazing on her.
Yeah,
Some form of overheal, whether it's a shield, whether it's an increase in HP, which she kind of does, but that's only her ulti, whether it's, and it's not really overheal because her main problem literally is her skill. Whether it's
yeah,
increased damage, whether it does damage because of the overheal, like it bounces off of the character onto the enemy, or if, I don't know. I think those are the best things. Like, it doesn't make sense for anything else.
I feel
So,
like okay, I'm just gonna say this. Her lower like compared to Dang Hong IL, I feel like she should also be quite powerful in like the sense that she should be a really good healer.
but
I
she just
just feel like
isn't.
yeah, she isn't. Because how is she going to be doing random attacks when she's a high elder of the Vidyagara? I probably said that wrong. Like, she should be able to control the water. I feel like if they made it so you could select what people you could heal, so it'd be like free little heals, or how many heals she does, it would have been better.
Yeah, maybe if it
Uh,
was like similar to Dan Hung's, where it's like skill, 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 and then basic
yeah,
onto your teammate, right? Like a
yeah,
transforming basic attack, similar to Dan
that
Hung,
would,
and kind of similar
yeah.
to Trailblazer as well, kind of.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like they could have made her kit a lot more interesting, a lot better.
Yeah. And invigoration is kind of still confusing. It seems like it's literally just more healing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Invigoration literally is just like more healing. Like if the like reduction of damage, really.
Yeah.
But it's just not as good because she doesn't have a cleanse.
I feel like, okay, I feel like one thing that would make her kit better is if her kill and blow thing wasn't once.
It if you
I
get her E6, I think it isn't once. Yeah.
that's, oh wait, I think, wait, I'm confused about that. Oh,
Yeah,
so
it's
it's twice,
if
I
it's
think.
her E6. You need her
It,
E6 for that.
they should have made her like Chi-Chi, so when she's E6, she revives the entire team.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Then she would actually be useful, I feel like. If that was correct, I feel like she would be better.
But like if we also compare her to Lynx, because of her Lynx's global cleanse, Lynx is so much better. If they just
Yeah,
made that cleanse into Bailu's skill, Bailu would be better than Lynx.
yeah. If it was still random but did a cleanse, it would be better.
Than Lynx even.
Yeah,
I think that's literally the only thing they need to do. Like there's so many little changes that they could do to Bailu just to make her actually feel like a 5 star instead of a weird 4 star.
yeah. No, not gonna lie, she is given 3-star vibes.
Honestly, yeah. I don't know. It's if you compare her to Natasha, it's just like eh.
Yeah,
I again, like I said, it's kind of equal because of certain things, but they fulfill the same role the same way. Except not to guess what? Natasha has cleanse,
yeah,
and I'm not even mentioning this, but technique, talent, ultimate skill. Okay, technique restore. After technique is used at the start of battle, all allies are granted invigoration for 2 turns. But like even Natasha's feel like it has more utility. It kind of makes sense
yeah,
for Bilo to have that, but Natasha's is an attack is the problem. I feel like it's iffy, but depending on like your team, Natasha's is all right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just hating on Bailu so much because at this point I just want a little bit more of Bailu because
yeah,
of comparisons. Yeah, immediate attacks the enemy after entering battle deal physical damage equal to 80% of Natasha's attack to a random enemy, with a 100% base chance to weaken all enemies. While weakened enemies deal 30% less damage to allies, which very similar to Bailu, except Bailu's might be just a little bit better because of the invigoration to all allies are, and that's pretty good. I'd say that's the only thing that's
yeah,
good. But technique is more just a slight quality of life, and I just think she needs to cleanse. That's all.
yeah,
That would just make her so much better. Okay.
yeah.
Any other characters we should cover in terms of quality of life, in terms of quick like light cone detailing, uh, niches? What do you think?
Not really. I feel like Bailu's really the only character that has this problem where she's kind of unusable compared
Yeah,
to everyone else. I feel like everyone else you can use. Like, yes, there's still better options, but you can still use them. But if you're comparing like Bailu to them all, she's just unusable, I feel like.
Yeah. I think so. Right now, this section would be called like talking about overrated characters, underrated characters, how to fix certain characters, power creep,
Yeah,
right? Um, I'm not really thinking of any other characters that like super need benefits or changes. I know some people have talked about Blade could use some benefits and changes, which I don't know, it just depends. As a
yeah,
main DPS, sure. As a sub DPS, no. I think he fits his role as a sub DPS really well.
yeah.
Maybe if his skill works similarly to Arlen's, where he doesn't. Does he use skill point?
Um, so he uses one skill point and then he has his enhanced attack for 3 turns, but he doesn't regain any skill points
During the
while
enhance.
yeah,
They should just let him gain it back if he's gonna be a sub
yeah,
DPS anyways, right? I don't know. It's kind of weird to me.
yeah,
But considering like you have two other characters that are gaining skill points, it's not that bad.
yeah.
Like net positive overall. Uh,
Trying to think who else we could talk about because there's not really anyone like it. Well, we could talk about anyone, but I'm like thinking of people who have these issues that need to be talked on in the game.
yeah. Just like general quality of life or general like, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense that Bailu is a 5 star.
Yeah,
I know she's one of the only characters that have revive, but who cares about revive?
yeah. Like they wouldn't be dying if they had a clans. That's the thing.
Exactly. And the type of gameplay that's like currently in the content, like
And there's not like okay, if they were to add someone who was to be kind of like, oh, you need to die, or like needs like debuffs to be stronger, I feel like Bailu could work, but then it's such an awkward and niche character.
yeah,
I don't know, it's a silly game, and
a lot
the
of
silly game,
issues,
yeah.
a lot of specifics.
Sorry, I just love how funny the cat is.
Thank you. I think I
It's-
found really good images.
you did.
I like my choice of having the cat move closer, basically, when I'm talking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's different cats, different people.
It's different cats, but it's a good transition.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to see my muting
Yeah.
and then my deafen? Yeah.
I love the Daphne one. It was so funny.
Yeah. So I like this one for like if we're talking about nerdy stuff, but also it's not really my character. People cannot tell.
Yeah,
Maybe I should like
yeah.
draw my character in these instead, or I don't know. I'll just have like a cat persona or something. Do this. I don't know. I'm not a furry.
I was gonna say, are you a furry?
Listen, I don't like Ting Yoon. I don't like Yukon. I have to use Ting Yoon because she's meta and honestly makes a
Yeah,
lot of teams more enabled and easier. I'm not a furry. Maybe I
I
just
use
don't like
them because I need
foxes.
to.
I didn't like Yae Miko.
Neither. I didn't like her playstyle. It
I
just
mean,
didn't seem fun to me.
yeah. I mean, I kind of warmed up to her, but I just like Fischl better in terms of kit because that's the main character
Yeah.
comparison. And in terms of aesthetic, I don't know. Maybe she's like too cliche for me. She's pretty, I guess, but she's not like crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess you could say the same thing about certain characters I like, but like, I really like Fu Shuang. She's also pink, like Miko, but it's like more unique and different. Same with
Yeah.
Kokomi. I hate the writing on Kokomi though. They did her dirty.
They did.
Uh, but her aesthetic is so pretty, and honestly feels more aesthetic than Yae Miko's. Cause okay, I feel like Kokomi is aesthetic, and you feel a
Yeah.
vibe. Yae Miko, you just go, ooh, Fox Girl, but you don't get a vibe. Maybe if there was more like cherry petal thing going on, there would be more vibe, but there's not enough of that. And I think Yae in Honkai Impact actually has the cherry petal thing I'm mentioning, so she's a vibe
Yeah.
there. But Genshin, Genshin be doing these girls dirty. SMH my head. And Raiden May, I Raiden May is also better than Raiden A. That's confusing. The Raiden Shogun, I mean. Raiden Shogun, I just don't like her attitude. I don't like I don't like grown-ups that act like children.
Yeah.
I think that's what throws me off about her is that she. Okay, well now we're just ranting about random stuff, but that's okay. It's my stream. I can do whatever I want. But it's just like, bro, you can't cook. Cry about it, but don't stop trauma dumping on me. Like you're 10 times older than me, bro. Why are you trauma dumping? Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
And
I don't
then
know. I don't like childish characters. Like, I understand if they're a child. That makes sense. Like, Hook's character, I think Hook's very funny. And I
yeah,
love that childishness about her because it makes sense for her character.
yeah. I think blowing things up is funny too. Um,
Yeah.
it makes sense for Klee as well. I don't know. I find Klee more annoying, and Hook is more actually endearing because she's like she has more
Yeah.
personality about being the leader, having an actual dad, um, having that backstory with that dad, having relationships with Natasha and
Yeah.
Sela and connections, while Hook is just like being babysat by Jean. Very static character, not much of a change. Not Hook, sorry. Klee. Hook actually changes throughout the arc, I feel like, a little bit. She kind of feels like she grows while you're hanging out with her, where she learns
Yeah.
something about her dad, she learns something about trading money, she learns something about Natasha that makes her care more about Natasha, stuff like that. So Hook is like generally,
Yeah.
I don't know, I just feel like Honkai Star Rail is better written than Genshin Impact and better planned in terms of certain aesthetics as well. Uh, Archeron is so much better than Raiden Shogun. Like the actual vibe of coolness, Archeron actually
Yeah.
gets.
And then the
Raiden Shogun is
story.
just annoying.
Yeah. And personally, I like Acheron's story way better than, like, Raiden's because I
Yeah,
don't know.
there's no
I'm not.
comparison.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure about the Honkai Impact Thirds. The original Raiden or like what her name is. I don't
Yeah,
know her story, but it's probably cool as well because I'm pretty sure like a lot of like the lore in that game's really cool, but I just couldn't really get into the game itself because how it was.
yeah. I don't
If
like
that makes
the
sense.
UI of or the like the way that you have to play. Mainly, yeah, it's kind of mainly the UI, mainly the controls, because it's more
Yeah.
made for mobile. So the mobile controls are like on your screen when you're playing on computer, and it just feels
Yeah.
weird. And the optimization feels weird too because of that. Uh, But in terms of writing, I know Honkai Impact has like better writing because the same writer who wrote Honkai Impact did writing on Honkai Starrail, but I don't
Yeah,
think he really did much writing for Genshin.
yeah.
I think the writers are different, a little more different for Genshin.
Like
Uh,
no offense, but I kind of like the theme of um Honkai Star Rail more than Genshin. Like I understand, like I like fantasy. Like I feel like Genshin's very fantasy based, while Honkai Star Rail's kind of more sci-fi to me. It feels like, and
yeah,
I like both, but I really like the idea of traversing the universe and searching planets or exploring planets more than like a like fantasy world, if that makes sense.
I feel like also the actual path of Honkai Star Rail makes more sense because you're exploring with people and you're connecting with people with no exact purpose besides for being a trailblazer, being in the nameless. You're exploring to
Yeah,
explore. The traveler in Genshin is exploring to find their sibling, and half of the time they're not really doing that because the people they meet, like
yeah.
you can't form a full connection with them either because they're not really helping you at that point.
Yeah, it's more like, oh, we're helping them in
Yeah,
Genshin, and then we become friends, and they do nothing to find our sister. I don't know. I feel like the story is a bit silly, in my
I feel
opinion.
like it's not as well planned and well written. I think most of the planning went into the world building that gets tucked under a rug by the stupid side quests, the stupid world side quests that nobody reads
Honestly.
anyways, which the most impressive writing is in that world building and no one gets it. Like Honkai
Yeah,
Star Rail has that world building, but they actually put it into the main story to for the most
yeah,
important things. And other than that, you don't really need to know too much about it because you're gonna leave the places anyways. Your character is aware of it. The writers make you aware of it, and they only give you the most important things. And if you wanted to explore more of it, you could, but it's not so important that you'd like need to. But Genshin Impact has so many important world building that they just here, let's just tuck it under the rug. Oh, you want to find your sibling that has to do with the abyss, and the abyss has to do with economia? Well, guess what? We're putting that in a world story with
yeah.
insignificant, like NPCs that you don't care about. Dainsliff, yeah, uh, you only see him once in a blue moon. All these other useless characters that like won't help you at all. Here you go. Oh, waifus? Yeah, they all have the same personality. Overworked waifus.
Honestly, yeah. I don't know. I feel like the characters in that game, I don't know. I Some characters in that game, I like their designs and personality and stuff, but I feel like Honkai Star Rail, part of me, is just better for my
Yeah,
appeal.
yeah.
And I also just feel like the whole like the theme of Honkai Star Rail has a lot more opportunities and better options than um Genshin does because it is based on a fantasy world, so they have to kind of stick to that fantasy theme. When Honkai Star Rails could be like legit any theme because it's the universe and you're traveling to planets, which could be like themed like with like anything really. Like I feel like the possibilities for Honkai Star Rail is endless, while Genshin's is constricted to just fantasy.
Yeah, I kind of disagree. I think Honkai Star and Genshin have the same amount of rules that they're following.
Yeah,
Um, the reason why Honkai's rules work better is because they actually are more set in stone than Genshin, in a way that
yeah,
there is the story beat and actual theme of fate and
yes,
fighting fate and luck and morality as well. Those are
Yeah.
really clear ideas and themes, while the main theme of Genshin seems to be witness, and that's it, which
Yeah.
is not as active as fighting fate and luck and morality. Witness is just sitting back and watching things happen and having an opinion on it
yeah.
and recording it. That isn't much. That isn't really doing
I
anything.
yeah. And I feel like Honkai Story has the more clear story. I feel like even though you did say that you would disagree, I feel like it's just easier to have the possibilities for different things. But I feel like yeah, the writing and like the total theme of Genshin is kind of messy. I feel like I don't want to say it's messy because I don't want to offend like the writers because I they did do some good jobs and stuff, but I do feel like it is a bit messy, and they do put their best work in areas not many people appreciate. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's also very difficult to say because they are two different games, but also like the story's different, but the writing for Honkai is so much better
Yeah,
and so much more well done
I don't
that
know.
it's just better. But I feel like other people like the gameplay of Genshin more
Yeah,
because I feel like people are impatient and don't want to wait turns, if you get what I mean.
and also turns are less active. I think the actual like battling mechanic, like in-world battling, is a lot more satisfying and enjoyable, and a little bit more
Yeah,
skill based as well in terms of like mechanical skill, timing
yeah,
skill. Honkai Starrail's skill is more based off of strategical skill, a little bit about
yeah.
timing because like you need to learn the timing about certain things, but
I
again, that's more
want,
strategic.
I kind of want, I don't want them to make the bosses harder. I want to make it like, I want them to make it more strategical rather than just like, oh, do this, 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 and like, I want the game to be harder, but not the mobs to be harder, if you get what I'm trying to say. Like, I feel
I know
like
what you mean. Yeah,
because all you really do is build characters and then you kill stuff, but like they need like I don't know.
that's the reason I'm saying that they need to make it easier to build characters so that it's more
Yeah,
about building the right teams, being more strategical, and like playing multiple characters at once makes more sense.
yeah,
I don't know. Also Genshin, I know the writing in Fontaine is like so much better than the rest of Genshin. Same with Sumeru. Sumeru is a little bit better, but like they do fail
yeah,
at certain aspects of Sumeru. But I think as it goes on, it does get a little bit better in terms of writing because they understand pacing better, and that's the reason why Honkai Starrail works is because they also have more experience with writing these type of games, and
yeah.
general like quality of life they've increased with Star Rail because of their failings as in Genshin. However, uh, I really do feel like they could learn to be more flexible with the actual set in stone game, like be able to uphold the game basically, like how some more competitive games like the FPS games that keep people coming back. They some of the reason why people come back is because the whole character got like a revamp, like
Yeah.
Roadhog, Overwatch got a revamp. Who else? I don't know.
This
A lot of
was
characters.
kind of why I was trying to say like, oh, I hope that they change Bailu in the future because I feel like with this type of game, change like they don't really change the characters' kits, but I feel like to switch it up, I feel like they do in the future need to fix people's kits so they're
Yeah,
not bad. Because otherwise, people won't use them, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like they need it so you can use everyone, and like I don't know. This game needs to have that aspect of that they need to be willing to change characters, kits, and like be able to change stuff that needs fixed. Like I'm not talking about like bugs and like quality of life. I'm talking about characters, kits, relics, and light cones. They need to be able to like them themselves change them to be better because I feel like this game is gonna have a lot of problems where there's a lot of stuff not being used and it will kind of fall off if that makes sense in that aspect that some characters will only ever be used if they have to.
Right.
Same with relics or in very niche teams that not many people are willing to do. But yeah, I feel like that is one thing like they might need to do, but I don't think they will ever do it because it's that like Hoyo.
Yeah, the only time they ever changed a character was Zhongli, way back when, and it was more like a bug fix than anything. I don't know if it was like a buff or a bug fix, but it was with Zhongli, and then beta with uh Jing what Jing Yuan. I know they changed. I don't remember if they changed his light code or they changed him, but he got nerfed. Uh,
Yeah,
which honestly, I think it might have been the light code. I'm not too sure.
I think it was like when I remember this now that you're mentioning they changed his light cone.
Yeah,
But I feel like if this game really wants to be good, that they should rerun events for like limited light cones because I feel like that is so annoying when you want something but can't have it because it's limited. And like it's not even like they're pretty good, but like it's not like they're the best because there's like 5 stars you could have or like 4 stars that you could replace them with. I just don't really see the whole point of having these limited light cones if they're not even that valuable in the first place. Like, yes, they have like the rarity factor, but like, is it even that worth it if you could just get a different light cone that could do the same job, just maybe a bit differently?
yeah. Yeah, like certain light cones really do feel also kind of feel pointless in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like I don't know. It's really just balancing issues that a lot of games kind of face, which I feel like Honkai and Genshin struggle a lot with because they don't change things. Um, I think adding value to old characters is kind of worth it because you make that way you don't have to make new characters. Maybe
Yeah.
kind of similar to what Honkai Impact did, have it be like one character you can get multiple times where it's like almost like a skin. Uh, that could be interesting. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that might be dangerous because that's a new gear and that means more farming and that's already
Yeah.
a pain in the ass. So, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things they can improve upon. I think balancing is a good idea. Uh, I don't know, reasons to get people. Uh, Especially like I don't know. It's just really hard to say.
Yeah,
I'm glad we can think of a few solutions. I'm glad we can kind of talk about it. I think it's good to talk about it, but there's not
yeah,
really nothing's really going to change, and we're just going to have to be predicting the future. We have to think about like
yeah.
what we can do. So I'm going to be sitting and farming relics for 10 years. Let's go.
Same for the rest of my life.
Ah, yes. Just for Dan Hung IL, because I've been having pain on that. Woohoo.
Yeah, pain. Relics are a pain in the butt.
For real. Ugh, man. And then they have like, yeah, it's just, what do we
Relics.
do even?
Ugh. I hate me and my homies hate relics.
For real? Sigh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna say this is a good place to end the stream. We talked about a
Yeah,
lot. We can probably talk about team comps and specific relic stuff next
tomorrow.
time.
Oh yeah, so not tomorrow. It's next time.
Yeah, guys, we might stream tomorrow. Okay, we'll see. Uh,
Yeah,
Honestly, we just stream this specifically when we feel like it. I will actually
yeah.
have a schedule for streaming my other stuff, which is the what, why am I forgetting the name? Frick, what is going on? Okay, yeah. So Spirit Fair, yeah, that one, that game. I will probably stream that when I decide to. Uh, I will have a schedule for that, and when I finish that game, I do have I do have some other games that I could probably play, but those games I kind of have halfway through already because I enjoy playing some games by myself. Uh, but most of the time, like I feel like the streams are more for, hey, I want to complete something. Like that's the type of content I think this channel will create is completionist and random nerdy statistic talk about theory crafting in Honkai Starrail and some critiques on writing because we're weird. Uh, I like to hate on things.
I I'm very opinionated. I have opinions about everything.
Yeah, what's your opinion on your mom?
Curses.
You
I
really
never
walked
saw
into
that.
that one.
I never saw that one coming.
Oh no. Uh, yeah, I think I will also do like designing and writing in this. Maybe one day. Um, oh, there you go, going mute. Well, maybe one day I will have like critiquing viewers' accounts. Unlikely, but it would be fun.
Yeah, it would be fun. I'd love to do that. People, show me your accounts and
Bro, you
I
don't
will build
play
you.
Simulated Universe? Let me play for you for like one day so I can show you how to do it.
Yeah,
I feel like majority of casuals don't do Simulated Universe.
I barely do it. I do it when like at the end of the week. I like do everything at the end of the week when I need to do it.
Oh, I always do it at the beginning of the week so I can just focus on crying about relics. Yeah. One day, man. One
Yeah,
day.
one day.
Yeah. Oh, man, tech is like really hard to just get the best
Yeah,
stuff. I guess we can actually look at account the next time we stream Honkai Starrail and actually look at
yeah,
them and talk about them while and then when we finish that if we still have time for streaming I can like speed run my crazy Europe account that's 4-star only.
yeah,
Not too crazy of a challenge, but I want you to benefit from my Europe account. So
yeah,
yeah. Um I think the only reason why you viewers do not need to trust us is because I don't think any of us have completed MOC. So
that's true.
maybe that is a fun stream to show, just like trying to complete
Yeah,
certain things. Again, this channel is going to be very completionist, trying to complete stuff, trying to stay updated with things.
God, I hate. Do you know how the simulated universe has that other thing?
Yeah,
I want to complete that so badly. It's just that it's so annoying.
yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I should do that one day. I don't think I don't like reading too much. I like reading like the little parts inside the stories, like the theorizing that Yukong is in a poly relationship. She's not just gay, guys. I think she's in a poly relationship. Uh, I think that sort of thing is fun. I
Yeah,
I don't super like shipping culture in like people fighting for shipping culture, but I think it's kind of
yeah,
like fun to look at synergies between characters, not just for
yeah,
kit, but for like lore. So,
yeah.
so this channel is completionist, reading, writing, just general like
Complaining.
complaining and
Yeah,
looking at content. I love content,
yeah.
guys. I'm a content creator. I like content. Yeah.
I watch content.
You are the content now.
I am the content now.
Wahaha. Evil laugh with silly cat.
The cat's so silly. I love it.
Yes. Um, yeah, so we always, another thing, we always do need to introduce ourselves in the beginning because people are going to come in confused because I'm going to have a different PNG every single time. Like, I swear.
I'm gonna have a new PFP every time also.
That's true, that's true. So we got to make sure to do that. Um,
Yeah.
Man, the beginning was so scuffed and really funny. I love it when streams are not professional, actually, because
Yeah.
people just feel more like people. But then it also kind of
Yeah.
reminds me of like podcasts, and some podcasts are cringe.
Yeah.
Some,
Some.
some. The cat.
This is so funny.
Anyways, enough talk. I think
Yeah.
this is where the stream ends. Goodbye,
Yeah.
everyone. Make sure to
Forever.
like, subscribe, hit the bell, uh, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. Uh, where else am I? Toy House, Tumblr,
In your walls.
DeviantArt, in your walls. Um, I have a Ko-fi if you want to donate for no reason. I don't know why you would. You are weird. Uh, where else am I? I'm in a lot of places. You can just
Or-
search Maliki underscore, or read Coral, and I might show up, or read Coral 4, or the real Maliki. I do have a website with most of my links, so am I active anywhere? Pretty much no. Um,
So real for that.
Only on Toy House, but like most of you guys won't be on Toy House because that would be weird. Why would you watch me if you are on Toy House?
Honestly.
Because I'm not doing character stuff right now. I will do
For
character
real.
stuff, but like not on this stream.
True.
So yeah, follow me on there. Again, make sure to hit the bell because
Hit that bell.
we don't got a schedule. We just
Yeah.
go crazy.
Yeah.
We spin around
We
and
do.
dance. Oh,
Yeah. We do it whenever. We stream whenever. We are live whenever. Time
exactly.
is not existence to us.
Yeah. Anyways, I will be editing things eventually. Uh, I guess that's the only plans for the future. Editing, timestamps, whatever.
Yeah.
Eventually, one day. I'll be less busy one day. So
One
thank you.
day.
Thank you for participating and watching this stream, whether it's through Plod or for actually watching the stream, which I know none of you are watching the stream. There are 0 viewers. So thank you for watching the
We've
Plod.
just yeah, we've just been talking to ourselves for 5 hours straight.
We've been watching you.
Yeah,
Anyways,
you
hit
know
that
your
like,
location.
subscribe, hit the bell. Bye bye.